with the live stream, but we've flown in a little bit of equipment overnight to bring you the live stream for today. The good news, though, we are going to be making highlights programs from yesterday's race, and make sure you check out all of the content available on World Downhill Skateboarding Championship social media channels. You can see the local time here has just gone at 12 midday, and we are getting the luge qualifications underway. That is David Frege on the start line to kick off this qualification session for the open skate. We've got a Q1, Q2, Q3 format, which is slightly different to how things have run in the past. Once we get onto the open skate, I'll talk you through that format because it involves cuts, a little bit like Formula One style, if you're familiar with that. The fastest riders will get 3 runs in qualification. But we'll talk you through that as we get onto it. It's great to have your company here today. It's a pretty mild afternoon at the moment, around about 17, 18 degrees. But there's a bit of cloud cover as well. We might even get a spot or two of rain this afternoon. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen because, well, this track is intense. It is 3.2 kilometers long. It's fast from top to bottom. We'll see it once we get onto the drone footage, and I'll talk you through it over the first couple of runs. But it has been pushing everybody to the max. But a lot of positive feedback, but it's hard. It's a big challenge. That is not Thomas from Hong Kong. That is David Frege in the luge category. He looks like he's got the okay from Will Stevenson on the start. And David Frege is going to get things underway here. Interesting story about our French contender. His luggage didn't turn up, so he wasn't able to train the course on Friday. Wasn't able to race yesterday, unless Andy Spate did give him a little bit of help with the board. And so he did actually get a couple of slow training runs on Friday afternoon. But David Frege on course. We're just waiting to drop into the drone camera at some point, and we can hopefully bring you the run. Otherwise, I'm going to have to really rely on my research. We're going to get into all sorts of stuff. If this is just a finish camera here, and I'll bring you the times. I've got the live timing up. Hopefully it is going to work. Fingers crossed. If it doesn't, then I'm not going to make any times up, but we'll send some messages. Next on the start is Daniel Tina. He was 5th yesterday. Lives in Spain. He's got his family here. His son has been basically making friends with everybody.
So I'm here with Abdul. Abdul, obviously you won yesterday.
So good to have Daniel and his family here.
Given this course, you're feeling tested.
Oh yeah, for sure. The course is really fast, and it can be dangerous. There have been a lot of crashes in the downhill skateboarding. The street lugers, not so much because there's only a few of us. But the road surface, because it's dusty, we're up on this desert-like mountain out here in Central Asia, Central Turkey, and paired with the steepness, it becomes very challenging to navigate the turns and maintaining grip. In turn 4, I was sort of drifting that practice run, so you just got to keep it under control.
Okay, well, look, best of luck. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you for chatting with us.
All right, thank you, Gemma.
Okay, cannot wait to see what time we get from Abdul. He's been very fast as of yesterday's racing, so we'll stay tuned.
Thanks, Gemma. Great to have Gemma Kerr here doing interviews in the start and as the race goes on, so you guys can hear first-hand from the riders. Apologies if I crashed into that interview there. I can't actually hear Gemma at the moment, so hopefully that is about to be fixed. This looks like Arkadiusz Kowalski next to go. Kowalski finished in 2nd place yesterday. A good race for him. Let's see, have we got the drone footage yet? I don't think we have the drones available for you. But I do have the first time. David Frager in with a time of 2:28.98. And there is Abdel Madzan, yesterday's winner. He's hit 112 kilometers an hour already today. That was just in his second practice run. Gives you an idea of the speed of this course. It is long, it is fast. We're just trying to get the drones sorted so that we can bring you some footage from out on the course. That is the view at the start. And it looks like Gemma is with Harry Clark.
Okay, Harry. Now, obviously for our wonderful audience, this is their first glimpse of the track. You know, they've not been able to get live eyes on the course.
Yeah, you have not seen what happened yesterday.
No, so I'm going to rely on you to paint us a little bit of a picture as to what happened yesterday and what we can expect today.
Well, you came to the right place. Yesterday was, I mean, we've been here for 2 days so far, right? We had a practice day. And then we had the first qualifying race day, similar format to what we're running today. It went all good in the morning. We were going real quick on the track, really pushing the limits. And then it came to racing, and adding the 3 other people to the run just really spiced things up. It got wild. There's a big differentiation on this track between the regular riders, so like left foot forward versus the goofy riders who are right foot forward in the turns. So in all the left turns, the goofy riders are so much faster than the regular riders, and then in the right turns, the regular riders are so much faster than the goofy riders. So it's just like this match of just like constant like gaining and, you know, closing the distance, and then you get to the drifts and everyone's just so close together. You got slide draft coming in, and then we saw a lot of crashes. Unfortunately, both my homies Owen and Khalil had a trip to hospital. Shout out to them if they're watching. Hope you guys are doing all right.
Worth mentioning that the latest is that they are doing okay. I know they've been in the hospital, but they are all right.
Yeah, but like still, they're not here. You know, I know they'd much rather be here with us skating on day 2, but you know, sending healing vibes to them. But hopefully for a safe race today, and hopefully make it back to finals.
Absolutely. And in terms of quirks of the course, there are a few things to look out for.
Yeah.
Give us your top 2.
Number 1's got to be the crack, the infamous crack. Everyone's talking about the crack these days. It's in corner 8, I believe. It's probably the fastest section of the track. You're coming in down the straight just drops away, man. Like you won't be able to see it on TV, but it's absolutely ridiculous the way the track just falls away. And as you're coming in to change edge to go left through 8, there's a massive crack in the road, and you just got to pray that you hit the good part of it, and it just sends a jolt through your board, and you like come right up close to the hay bales. Yeah, it's terrifying.
And in addition, that turn to get the line is so crucial to get around that safely and to get the fastest line, of course. But if you're thrown off balance from that crack, that can mess up that turn. That can obviously, you know, cause some real damage.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's where I think we had the most significant crashes yesterday, was through turn 8. But it's really important because after that, it's a very long turn through 9. And if you're compromised through 9, like that's almost like 800 meters of the track. And so if you don't have the optimal speed through 9, like, yeah, say goodbye to your qualifying time.
And just quickly, let's talk about turn 6.
Yeah, infamous turn 6. Yeah, it's just such a straight shoot through 6. Like the gradient just constantly drops and drops and drops all the way through the corner. Like the apex is the steepest part. So if you weren't used to that sort of terrain, like it's been real challenging. Thankfully, the Australian roads have done me solid here. Used to skating the steep chunder. But yeah, it's a really interesting turn, and we haven't really seen anything like that on the tour for a long time. So it's really cool to have such a challenging course. Obviously, you saw even all the practice Australia's given me, it didn't quite come in handy yesterday. I went straight into the bales in front in finals, so I'm pretty spewing about that. But hopefully no repeats today.
Feeling positive today then?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling really good today actually. I've done some things on a practice run this morning that I'm keen to unveil in my quali lap today, so hopefully it all works out and I can improve my time significantly.
Awesome. Well, come and chat to us afterwards, and then we can discuss those secrets. But best of luck out there. Have fun.
Have a good one, guys.
Always great to hear from Harry. But for now, let's keep our eyes on the qualifying, see what's going on out there. Ian, over to you.
Well, thanks, Gemma. Great to hear from Harry as well. I didn't actually hear that interview, so I don't know anything that was said there, but I'm sure it was of extreme value. So, quality stuff. Hopefully Harry can come find some time, join us on the mic today, unless he wins the race, in which case he's not going to have any time. But you've heard from him now. There's Abdel Madzan, yesterday's winner. I've got a couple of times already. David Frager, 2:28.98. Daniel Blanco, 2:33.58. Luis Morevo, 2:35.79. Chopras, for all of you watching in Peru. So he's in third place. Had a great third place finish yesterday in the race. He was delighted with that as well. Arkadiusz Kowalski with a 2:37.75.
Would you be up for an interview?
In
that
fourth
okay?
place right now, with just Abdel Madzan still to come. These are all provisional, of course. It's just the times that I have available. I'll read them out. If things
Thank
change,
you.
we'll update you, but it's just what we've got to talk about right now. But
don't-
Abdel's
we
been waiting for a minute or two. There's a red flag on the course. It was Andrew Spate that was on course at the time. So I think there's a couple of crashes at try that again. Turns 6 and turn 10. Turn 6 is a really, really tough right-hand turn. It is sharp and it's got a real steep drop on the inside. It's the one that's been causing most of the problems on the course so far. There's been a huge amount of effort put in by the WDSC team and the World Gravity Sports Federation to get this course in shape. Thousands and thousands of hay bales have been brought in, put on the course, and they've been adjusted as needed following feedback from the riders. Even this morning there was just a little bit more adjustment. A couple of crash pads have gone out as well. You'll see once we get onto the drone footage some crash pads out, like ski mats out there, just to add some protection from the street furniture. It is a great setup here. I'll talk you through. We are in Erzincan in Turkey. It is the capital of the Erzincan province in eastern Turkey, in the eastern Anatolia region. The city itself has got a population of about 150,000. The airport just really 10 minutes away from the venue, 10 minutes from the hotel most of us are staying at, the Hilton Garden Inn in Erzincan. Thank you to the Hilton Garden Inn for all of the accommodation that they've provided, good food as well. From there it's about a 15-minute drive up the hill, and we take a gondola up. How lucky are we? Get a gondola up to the top, around about 2,000 meters. And from that gondola, you get a great view of the track snaking down the road, snaking down underneath that the gondola. So it's one of the best places to watch. And now we're back with Gemma.
Welcome to the live. So we've just got a little bit of a pause now. I think they're doing something to is it turn 10 they're doing something?
Yeah, one of the competitors in the street luge category had a little bit of an off, so all we're doing at the moment is just sweeping the track and just putting some of the straw bales back, make sure it's nice and safe on that turn.
Perfect. Well, in the meantime then, can you just let us know how the things are going to run today, the format of qualifying, etc.?
So with qualifying, we've got several different categories. We've got 3 different categories. We've got street luge, women's downhill skateboarding and open. The street luge, we're going to keep that as what we've always done. So they get 2 qualifying runs, and then their fastest qualifying run is where they get placed seeded for the brackets. And then for the open, we're doing something a little bit different. We're going down a Q1, 2 and 3 route. So everyone gets to ride in Q1, and then the top, top 12 go through to racing automatically. And then in Q2, the ones who were 13th and below are racing for those last couple of spots. Because in the final head-to-head racing, there's 16 people racing. And then in Q3, we bring back the top 8 qualifiers and we have a top 8 shootout. And that's when it's going to get really, really tight. They're going to be pushing really hard because they need to secure those top spots in their heats and their brackets. And then we've further changed it slightly. So previously, if you were the top qualifier, you had first preference on lane choice throughout the entire competition. And now we're linking it to what your race result was in the previous bracket. So just because you're top qualifier doesn't mean that you're going to get lane choice priority throughout the day. If you came second in your bracket, but you were still advanced, you're going to have you won't have third or fourth lane choice. So it's going to be really, really difficult.
Keeping that pressure on. And another important element to the qualifying is if we have tied results, then we're going to be going back to best qualifying times. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we're doing 2 races here, and this is the entire championship. So the season opener and closer is here, which is, again, very different. We're having 2 races. If there is a tie for points, it is going to be your fastest overall qualifying time down here. So that is why every qualifying run is also the most important one.
Yes, so lots for our riders to think about. From a race director perspective, this course has been very challenging, but they're loving it, the riders, aren't they? Is that the feedback you've been getting? They're loving the challenge, they're loving the speeds they're managing to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to come out here a couple of weeks ago and ride it, so I was really lucky. I got to ride it, but I didn't get to do the whole thing, and I'm incredibly jealous of the riders here. There are lots and lots of feedback. There's a lot of speed on this course, and there's a real different selection of corners here. We've got tight hairpins, we've got sweepers, there's like tight 90s, and it makes racing incredibly challenging. Very high speeds. Abdil hit 112 kilometers an hour on his warm-up run this morning. So we've got the speed, we've got a lot of protection in place. We've had to move some of it around. We've got I think it's over 5,000 straw bales on the hill now, which is insane. At €5 a bale, it's not cheap either. But we don't care because we want to make hills as safe as possible. We get lots of feedback as well off the riders, so if things need moving or things need changing, we get on that straight away.
Really good to hear. It's very important. Of course, safety for our riders is of the utmost importance. Will, I'm going to let you get back to what you're doing. But talking of safety, I'm going to ask Louise to come over for a chat. One of our fantastic competitors here. Thank you for joining me, Louise. We've got green flags, so we're going to. The course is going to go live. So we'll just head back to Abdil, and then Louise, we will continue in a second.
So we're back under green flag conditions. There was a pretty heavy crash at turn 10, as I understand it, so extra hay was brought in, and just obviously having to fix that up and ensure the protection is in place on turn 10. But great to hear from Will, talking you through some of the format that we're using today. I didn't hear all of the interview, but I did hear some of it, so that was good. And Abdil Madzan is going to get things back underway. We do have 6 losers. I don't have a time for Andrew Spate. Suggests he was the rider that crashed, but I don't have any more information on that at the moment. As Abdil Madzan gets underway on his first qualifying run, multiple world champion from Malaysia. Took the win in Turkey last year. Different hill. That was in over in Cappadocia. On his way to taking the world title ahead of Colby Parks. That's the view out of the start into turn number 1. Hopefully there's a drone somewhere that will bring us some more footage. But I'll bring you Abdil's time as and when I get it. We're going to move on to the women's skate. Women's stand-up. We've got Jasmine Hanegraaff from Belgium, who is going to be first off, and then Lisa Peters from the Netherlands. 2 wins last season in WDSC for Jasmine, one in Montesiano and in Cappadocia. So not got the drones at the moment, so Hanegraaff gets underway. You go into this first turn, and then the speed really starts to build throughout this course. Turn 6, hopefully we'll see it on the drone shortly. We're back on the drone, and that actually looks like turn 6 there, as Abdil Madzan, the man that hit 112 in practice this morning. I've shouted 115 at him. We'll see what he can get to today. But you can see on the course this long, sweeping bends into some pretty tight turns as well. There's the gondola I was talking about. It gives you such a good view of the course. We're looking down towards the city of Erzincan there. It's stunning views from here, and this is such a tough track. You can see the protection that is in place and a few of those red ski mats as well, protecting that street furniture, and the drone can barely keep up with Abdil on... now the drone's gone a little bit quicker. That's what we like to see. Just getting out of range there, but you can get a real sense of what this course is like here. I can see Andrew Spate walking past me. Andrew, are you okay? Yes. He's given me a yes, just in case there's people at home watching, because we knew we didn't have a time for you. But he's on his feet. He's on his feet. That's the important thing. So that drone's just about running out of range, and I'll bring you Abdil's time as and when we get it for you. Lisa Peters in the start there. And there's Abdil coming through the final turn. I'll see how quickly we get a time for Abdil, but he's completed the course. David Frager with the quickest time in luge so far, 2:28.98. Daniel Blanco in third. And Abdil Madzan 2:23.53 for Abdil. Right about what he was doing in practice this morning as well. So another good run. He's so consistent. There's Lisa Peters from the Netherlands underway now. And we're on the drone heading back up the course. We've got this extra, it's a 4-lane highway. So we've got able to move the ambulances around and get back up on the course at the moment. It does just give that little bit extra ability to just keep things flowing, keep things moving, just having those other lanes. It's closed to traffic. Now we're dropping in with Lisa Peters on a run through turn 4, hugging that inside line. This is such a burner of a course. There's no real spots to rest up anywhere, and Hanegraaff coming through. And as soon as we get the time, we'll bring it. It's a 240.82 for Jasmine. First male rider underway in open skate. This is Q1. Should be Thomas from Hong Kong. Will be the first male rider. I can just go off the start list I've been given. Drone getting right up close to Thomas here. These are the sort of pictures we want to see coming in to turn number 4. It's that long sweeping left-hander. Stay on low on the board, managing the speed through it. Haven't got a time for Lisa yet. There's a view at the start. Jack Plummer there from the UK. A lot of speed taken away into turn 6. It really drops off there on the inside of the turn. Can't quite see just how much from the drone footage. It's going to be drones that we're using throughout the race. There's no fixed cameras other than at the start and at the finish. So Jack Plummer next to get underway. Looks like the order that the riders have gone in is not quite the order that I've got, so I do apologise for that. But Jack Plummer will be underway. His suit's easy to spot. And the time for Lisa Peters, a 2:36.83 for Lisa Peters. It's a nice run from the Dutch rider. Jack Plummer underway. Had a bit of a fall in practice. Appears to be all okay, but he'll be feeling it. Jack finished in 14th yesterday. Man from Great Britain. Get a beautiful view of the terrain around here. All rocky and beautiful mountains in the distance. We're on one as well. This is a ski resort in the winter. Great pictures from the drone of Jack Plummer here in that left-hand side of the road. Into the next turn, just a little almost S-bend into turn 4. You got that little kink to the right. So time for Thomas from Hong Kong, 2:37.55. Jack really slowing up here. Jack Plummer ahead of turn 6. It's one that you really got to get right. Taking the speed off, and then all about the exit speed. And then you quickly hit turn 7. It's long turn. Sweeping round to the left. Trying to get these riders through qualification as quick as we can, and then we'll move into the heats later on. Today we'll have a cut of 16. There will be a semi-final for the luge as well. We will do a women's stand-up final, but of course Lisa and Jasmine in the open as well. Cristiano Borges de Araujo from Portugal in with a 2:41.28. So this is, of course, Q1, I'll get that right, Q1 at the moment. And we cut it down to 12. We take the top 12 after Q1 into Q2. And then everyone in Q2 gets another run. Then we take the top 8 into Q3, 1-run shootout. If you get knocked out in Q1, you do get a second run, though. And that's a chance to just move up the order, but only within that group of riders that were knocked out. So if you, on your second run, if you were knocked out in Q1, you can't suddenly jump into pole position. You can only go within that group of riders that were knocked out in Q1. So Jack Plummer still on course here. It's a long course, and we're going to follow him right to the Red Bull Arch at the finish. And within a couple of seconds, we'll get a time for the British rider. quickest of anyone in open stand-up so far is now Jack Plummer, a 2:32.72 for the British rider. That's the finish line.
And then Oscar.
So a couple of riders not competing today that are on the list. We'll come through that in a second as Luis Rabanal from Peru is taken to the start line under the direction of Will Stevenson in the start. We've got Chris McBride in the finish, doing a superb job with the timing system, managing things down there. So Luis Rabanal from Peru. He finished in 11th place yesterday. He was pretty happy with that performance, but now he wants to go even better than that, aiming at least for the semi-finals. Did take a little fall yesterday, was looking for some ice, but then a group dance formed before prize giving, and miraculously, Luis was a lot better after that. I think that is one of the Czech riders coming across the line there. I'll bring you the times as they come in. To turn 5 here. Yeah, that was Boumil Sefma with a 2:33.75 in that yellow suit that we saw crossing the line, just behind Jack Plummer, who still has the quickest time so far of a 2:32.72. So Owen Fox raced yesterday, finished in 15th at a fall. He's got, I believe, a small fracture on his finger. Unfortunately, there was a bigger crash yesterday for Khalil Hamouri. Khalil undergoing surgery last night as Hussein Al Nasra from Norway underway. My understanding is the surgery has gone to plan for Khalil. If you're watching Khalil, Owen, we in the hospital, wishing you guys, particularly yourself, Khalil, because I did see you yesterday, Owen, all the best for your recovery. So a couple of riders on course. Olav Oy from Norway and Stefano Barbizzi from Italy in with a 2:30.83. A 2:30.83. That is now the quickest time in Q1 in open stand-up. Once the riders get to the bottom, they'll be quickly back to the top. It's around about a 10-minute journey up on the gondola, but it's so useful because it doesn't mean we're waiting for everyone to get to the bottom. Oh, and he's down there. Down on the entry into turn 6. Clipping those hay bales, a pretty low speed turn. It's pretty low speed fall, but straight back on his feet into turn number 7. So Olavoy underway. Antoine Carlotti getting ready to start now. Antoine Carlotti finished 8th yesterday, making it through to the Consi final. Andreas Bouclier winning that one, a French rider. Luis Rabanal in now with a 2:36.19. That is 4th place for Rabanal. And there is Olaf, a new father as well. Congratulations, Olaf. Coming through turn 5. Now this is the key turn. It's where most of the problems have been happening. Just lost it there. Unfortunately, the drone not quite picking it up for us. You can see the clouds are starting to form. It hasn't been a cloud in the sky the last few days, but today things have got just a little more overcast. It's bringing the temperature down a little bit. I've got all my layers with me. I'm going to just sort of gradually add them throughout the day. So Barbizzi still with the quickest time so far with a 2:30.83. Now Oscar Clavo next to go. Maybe it's better on this side. this side. My ears are a funny shape, so I can't get them. Sorry about that, folks. Just a little technical issue there. Adding an earpiece in. That's going to hurt by the end of the day. So Hussein Al-Nasra from Norway with a 2:39.93. I think that was Olav crossing the line. Olav with the quickest time, 2:29.55. As everyone stares across as I shout a timeout. But that's the quickest time so far. Gregoire Schwab from Switzerland next to go. Finished in 6th place in yesterday's race. Goofy-footed rider dropping in aerodynamic position early. Well, got a few spectators around. It's good to see. There's the view in the finish area. No, that's the start. I'll get it right. Andreas Bouclier next up. Finished in 5th place. Won the Consi final yesterday. See, the riders have all got the GoPros on. That's so we can collect all the footage after the race and cut together what is going to be a very dramatic highlights program. That'll come out at some point over the next, hopefully next few weeks. But keep an eye on the social media channels for when that the highlights shows from this weekend get broadcast. So Bouclier underway. Really strong performance from him yesterday. He was riding well. We've got Gregoire Schwab on course as well right now. Antoine Carlotti in the house with a 2:28.66. 2:28.66. There's Vasek Vankara. He was riding exceptionally well yesterday. Did finish originally, crossed the line in a podium position, but there was a protest and ended up in 4th place. But he was still happy with his result, and he's got the motivation today, that is for sure. So, Vankara from the Czech Republic underway now. Carlotti with the quickest time so far, 2:28.66. And we're going to ride with Vasek now on the top half of the course. Through turn 2, the speed builds so quickly on this course, and it doesn't really let up. Some of the tighter turns do come actually at the top. Turn 3, a pretty tricky one, but everyone's been handling it fairly well. You can see those damp patches on the road. That's where some of the hay bales have ended up at points, and there's been a lot of brushing, a lot of sweeping going on out on the course as well. Just trying to keep things as clear as we can. Big team of marshals from the university here in Erzincan that have had some training and now helping out on the course. They've got flags and whistles and brooms, I believe. So Vankara into turn number 6 there. Negotiates that very well indeed. Loving that slide in. Looked like he carried his speed well through that turn. Through turn 7. And this is a lightning quick section of the course. We've got 2 drones out there, so there is that little switch of drones that you'll see. But we do have the full course covered. Now through turn 8. This is where there's just no let up. The course is moving turn to turn so quickly. It's just a few more riders to go in Q1. At the moment, Cristiano Borges de Araujo, he'll be out. Yasmin Hanegraaff in 12th place. She's on the bubble at the moment. Gregoire Schwab in. We didn't see him finish with a 2:28.32. Andreas Bouclier with a 2:25.78. That is the quickest time for anybody so far today. And Diego Poncelet is on course. Finished in 3rd place yesterday. Approaching turn 6. Keeping an eye on the timings because Vaclav Vancara should not be far away from the finish. But Diego Poncelet wants pole position, but you can't earn pole position right now. You can only earn it in Q3, so it's all about making it through the cuts. Now the time for Wdsc Vancara, 2:25.69.09 of a second quicker than Andreas Bukle. That is so tight. But Vancara leading in Q1. And now it's the time of Diego Poncelet that we are watching out for. Yesterday's winner, Alexandros Souganakis from France, is on the start line. He was ecstatic with the win yesterday. Now Harry Clark on course as well. Harry finished in second yesterday. Just made a little error that opened it up in the final. But it's redemption day. If it didn't go to plan on day one, you can sort it out in this second competition. So Souganakis underway. Here's the last of the open skate. Harry Clark on course. We're following Harry at the moment, but watching the scores, watching the timing for Diego Poncelet, and he's across the line. What is the time for the man from Spain? It's coming in now. We're just going to try and get the time for Diego Poncelet before, and then Gemma's got an interview if it doesn't come up in the next few seconds. The time in now, 2:23.81. That is the quickest time for anybody, and I understand that Gemma has got an interview for us in the start line.
It's not good. I'm very happy, you know. Just a free run, free eye to test, to learn. But my time is not bad, so I'm very happy.
Very happy, perfect. And what do you make of the course? How do you find the track?
The track is very good, so fast. I like them very, with a lot of adrenaline, you know, because we are a straight, very fast corner, and I like them. So I have fun with friends, and this is good.
Brilliant, so happy for you, David. Thank you very much for chatting. Thank you. Good to see some smiles after racing.
Well, great to hear from it, David Frege, as Harry Clark crosses the line. What is the time for Harry? Diego Poncelet, the quickest so far with a 2:23.81. Harry Clark into second, 2:25.09. And that pushes Lisa Peters out in Q1. She's going to finish in 13th. So the top 12 going through: Poncelet, Clark, Vancara, Bukle, Schwab, Carlotti, Barbizzi, Plummer, Boumil, Stefan, Oscar, Clevo, and Luis Rabanal going through to Q2 in the top 12. The riders that went out in Q1 will get a second run. That's just a rank 12th to 17th. We're taking the cut at 16th, so we've got 17 riders. So there's still an opportunity for those riders to get into finals. Unfortunately, one rider's going to miss out today. There's David Frege in the start. Luge are going to do their second run fairly soon. Apologies, we still had Souganakis, didn't we? So Alexandros Souganakis crosses the line. He was the last one, 2:27.3 into 5th place. And it pushes Luis Rabanal out into 13th place. I think Gemma may have another interview or not. I'm just looking across. I think we're going to have an interview with, perhaps with Daniel Blanco, which is going to be translated for us. But so Gemma's just there in the start. Get there as David Frege warming up. We were delighted that his luggage finally turned up. We all felt so bad that he was here and couldn't race. But his luggage turned up yesterday. There was beaming smiles on David's face and everybody else as soon as we all found out. And it's great to have David in the competition today. And now Gemma has got Daniel Blanco for an interview.
So I'm here with Daniel Blanco and Jackie, who's going to translate for us. Daniel, first of all, tell me how your run went. How did you find it today?
Explícale qué tal te sentiste cuando estabas bajando.
Muy bien, es una bajada muy rápida.
He felt really good. It was a really fast run.
Súper feliz de estar en un evento mundial
He's really happy to be here at the World event.
y tratando de ser más rápido cada bajada.
And every time he's trying to be even faster going down.
Y quiero mandar un saludo para todos mis amigos de Argentina.
He wants to send a message to all of his friends in Argentina.
Amazing. And tell us a little bit about the skate culture in Argentina and how does it compare to the people that you're meeting here and the athletes here?
Quiere que le cuentes acerca de la cultura de skate en Argentina y cómo compara con la gente que ves acá y los eventos que ves acá en Europa.
Argentina tuvo un crecimiento muy grande que el último mundial fue en Argentina.
Argentina's been growing a lot. The last World Championship was in Argentina.
Roller game,
The roller games.
y creció mucho y hay muchos riders en la disciplina,
And it's been growing incredibly. There's lots of riders in the discipline.
así que vamos a hacer potencia.
And he thinks they're going to be a world power soon.
Amazing. I don't doubt it at all. And just finally, what are your hopes for the rest of today?
¿Qué esperas para el resto de hoy?
Terminar todas las carreras bien, que es una bajada muy rápida, y que no llueva.
He wants to finish all of the races well because this is really, really fast track, and he really, really hopes it's not going to rain.
Yes, me too. Congratulations anyway on a strong start, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ian, back to you.
Okay, Street Luge, we're going into Q2 now. The running order will be Andrew.
So we are ready to go with the second run for the Street Luge. I've been sent some times, just the official results from Q1. We'll run through them as well. The Street Lugers are going to get going for their second run. You can see Andrew Spate from Yorkshire. He's got the white rose on his left sleeve. I know I've talked about that before, but Andrew won't get the beers in if I don't mention Yorkshire. So Chopras there, representing Peru. Hello to everyone watching in Peru. I know, I'm just trying to work the time difference out. Yeah, good morning to you if you're watching in Peru, watching in Argentina. Daniel Blanco there, David Frege from France. Street Lugers ready to go for the second run. Now, quite a few of the open skate riders are already back in the start as well, and that is why having a gondola available for this race is absolutely amazing. It allows us to keep things flowing pretty nicely, and hopefully you're enjoying some of the coverage. Apologies again, we couldn't bring it to you yesterday. We really wanted to. We tried everything, but in the end we had to bring a piece of equipment across, as I said, from Istanbul. But it's working, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage, and hopefully we're going to find somebody to come join me as well. Owen Khalil, if you're in the hospital, Owen, come join us for a little bit. Hopefully you're watching. Khalil, wishing you all the best, my friend, for your recovery. So the quickest times, I'll run through some of them again. As it's luge up first, Abdel Madzan, 2:23.53. David Frege, 2:28.98. Daniel Blanco, 2:33.58. Luis Mogorevo, Chopras, with a 2:35.79. Arkadiusz Kowalski finished second yesterday with a 2:37.75, but there was a couple of crashes. Andrew Spate not recording a time, and he's going to get things underway. Sponsoring events in the UK, SP8 boards, and Andrew's here representing. I think he told me it was 2017 when he took the sport up. He's in his 50s. But he loves it. Such a passionate character. And he gets the second run underway. He's been working really hard. He's got a home gym, working hard on his push, feeling the benefits. Finished fourth yesterday. But there's a fight today because we've got the semi-finals. Because we've got 6 losers. We're going to run semi-final 1 and 2, 3 in each semi-final. And then we'll have a 4-person final for the open luge categories. Andrew gets this second run underway. Just the 2 runs, as I understand it, for the luge, but we've of course got Q2 for the open stand-up, and everyone in open stand-up does get a second run. But those riders in Q2 that have progressed in that top 12, it is that time that they set in Q2 that matters now. Doesn't matter what they did on the first run. We're not taking the best of the first 2 to get through to Q3. It is all about the time in Q2. If you're in that top 8 in Q2, you go through to Q3. Andrew Spate through turn number 5. Now turn 6. Andrew sitting up here. And you really have to work these luges through. And that's nicely executed there from Andrew Spate. Now into turn 7. Really hoping, folks, it's not going to rain. So, I think we've got Luis Morevo and Arkadiusz Kowalski on course. Daniel Blanco being called forward as well. Time to switch drones and watch out for the gondola cable. Don't want any issues there. Drones perhaps out of range. So there's the finish line. Jump back to the live timing. Hopefully be able to bring you the live times as they come through. It does make life easier. Without it, I really would no idea what I'd be talking about. You can see Abdelmadzan just making his way through with he's leading a 2:23.53, but somehow I think he already knows his time. So David Frege being called forward to the start line now. Daniel Blanco on course. Maybe just a little issue. You see the wind's picking up just a fraction. It has, throughout each day, it has got a little windier as the day has progressed. And it's got colder around about 4 p.m. here, which is not too far away, as Andrew Spate completes the course. And he's going to get a time now, and I'll bring it to you as soon as it shows up on the screen. But David Frege is next to go. Then it should be yesterday's winner, Abdelmadzan. But he's got a little bit more competition today, which is good. He's giving me a wry smile there, representing Malaysia, as he's done over the years with such pride. Has the Malaysian flag on his suit. So I haven't got any times in yet on Q2 for any of the losers. Maybe I'll try a refresh on the timing screen. It might just take a minute or two to come up. And hopefully it does work. And Arkadiusz Kowalski, a 2:27.78. That moves him into second place in the luge. Just checking for Andrew Spate. It may have dropped in to his first run because he's not actually set a time. So Andrew Spate with a 2:34.87. It just went into the wrong column because he didn't have a first run time. So 2:34.87 for Andrew Spate. There's Luis Morevo crossing the line. He was in, now down in sixth place, a 2:35.79 on the first run for Morevo. And we got a faller there. Oh, it's David Frege coming out of turn 6. Abdelmadzan underway. Morevo improving. A 2:32.31. So over 3 seconds off the time. David Frege back underway. Unlikely to beat his first run time of 2:28.98. So there was a crash at turn 6, I'm possibly hearing there. I haven't seen it. And next rider across the line there. So David Frege underway. Abdelmadzan is on course. Daniel Blanco with a 2:32.40 in 5th place. Going a little bit quicker than his first run. Just over a second quicker. So we've had a big crash here. I think that is David Frege, we'll see. Or it could be Luis Morevo. No, he's had his time. It's my problem. I looked away at the timing screen as Will Stevenson talking to Thomas Ng from Hong Kong, Lisa Peters in the middle from the Netherlands, Jasmine Hanegraaff from Belgium on the right-hand side in the blue suit. So whilst we may have just a little bit of sweeping up to do on the course, Gemma has got an interview with Jack Plummer.
I am here with Jack Plummer, representing Great Britain. Jack, talk us through your day today so far.
First run, had a minor crash in corner 3, and then I decided to take it chill down the hill. Thought I'd take it chill around the corner. Decided to take a different line to I've been taking the whole time, and completely wobbled out because that's not the line you're meant to take through the crack, and just, yeah, kind of just ate it on the hay bales, and I thought I'd really done my foot badly, but right now I'm on some painkillers, had some ice on it, got it looked at, and I'm just trying not to think about it, trying to get some qualies done, and then, yeah, just race my hardest, and then I can call it quits, you know. I'll be kind of be happy once that's over and done with. This
And
feels crazy.
you're quite a fearless. I mean, everybody's fearless, but you're, I'd say, especially one of the fearless riders out there. What do you make of this course? How are you tackling it?
You know, like I am. You're right. I am kind of don't have a filter for things sometimes. But even this hill, and even the top riders are a little bit worried about it, especially for racing. Going down it like qualies and training is a little bit different, but racing, you're putting yourself and other riders at risk. And yeah, a hay bale is really good. The protection on this track is really, really good. I don't think you can protect it any other way. It's just the fact that you're going 50 or 60 in sweepers and you're sliding at ridiculous speeds. The UK could never have prepared me for this, ever, like ever. So yeah, it's just, yeah, you gotta be careful. As much as I just want to send it as hard as I can, I know that if I hurt myself here, it could be seriously bad. And yeah, it's not worth it, you know.
Yeah, it's good experience. It's a good way to improve on how you respect the mountain, how you respect the course, and also just thinking about how everybody else is feeling and approaching this. I wonder what your approach is pre-race each time. Some are taking it very chill, very relaxed. They just want to get down. They just want to get round. Some much more aggressive. What's your mindset ahead of the race?
Since I was crashing quite a lot yesterday, I've been trying to just kind of get clean runs. Because, you know, if you can get a clean run, you can at least kind of compare it to another clean run. But if you get a crash, it's just like, oh, that run was trash. Like I can't use that to compare against anything. So yeah, I'm just trying to get as many clean runs as I can and yeah, get as much experience really.
Awesome. So regardless, there'll be lots to take away from this event and from this course.
Absolutely, so much. I mean, I can't wait. I'm gonna go home and I know what I gotta do.
Awesome, good stuff, Jack. Have fun out there. Thank you very much for chatting with us. Okay, Ian, back to you.
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you, Jack. Real good insights from Jack Plummer on this course. I can see the Red Bull people coming. I'm going to need some what I call sleep in a can. So hopefully, maybe Thomas can get me a Red Bull. No one's listening. Well, we're on a little bit of just a slight delay at the moment, folks, because there was a couple of crashes. It was David Frege. He did cross the line. That's the most important thing. But whilst we were interviewing Jack, Abdelmadzan crossed the line with a 2:21.34. That is the quickest time of the day so far. So Abdelmadzan improving even further. Knocking like 2 seconds across the line.
Hanegraaff. Jasmine, second yesterday, feeling very confident today. There's a chance for you to advance through, isn't there? Because I know at the moment you're second in the qualifying, but you get another shout.
Exactly. So I'm second in the female qualifying. There might be another chance. We have 3 rounds of qualifying. As for the Opens, I qualified 17, which is just out of the way to make it to the Opens. But the ones that didn't make it to the top 12 get another chance. So there's still a chance that I might be able to race in Opens as well. Let's see how the second run go. I kind of did a safe run before, so I think I can still push myself a bit more and get a few seconds off.
What do you think it does for women in the sport to see the likes of yourself out here taking on these hills?
I think there could be more girls, that's one thing. It's not always easy with organizing because not everybody can do this professional. They have jobs next to this. It's far to travel, it's expensive. It would be nice to see more, but I think there's a lot of place to improve, to support women in this sport so they can actually make it to the events.
I've got to say though, huge respect to you for being out here and doing it, because you're doing everyone proud. You're doing an awesome job out there. It is a pleasure to watch, it really is. I just wonder what goes through your mind when you're up there on the start line about to push off?
Just push and be as fast as possible. I'm thinking about the lines, try to look where I want to go, not to the hay. Keeping my lines and staying focused.
Yes, I was chatting to Jack just now about different approaches pre-race, whether it's meditative, whether it's focus, whether it's aggression. So for you, you're saying just tunnel vision, thinking about what lies ahead.
Yeah, like right before, I'm trying to be more relaxed, talk with people, stretch a bit, don't think too much about the run. It just starts at the start line, helmet on, visor closed, and then focus mode is on.
Fantastic stuff. Well, look, good luck out there. Enjoy it, and we can't wait to see what you've got.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much to Jasmine. Now we're going to have a very quick chat now with the president of the WDSC as well. He's a very busy man, so we're just grabbing him while we get the chance. Salim Kamali, welcome.
Yeah, we have time. We had a big wipeout on turn 10, which I think the spectators at home just saw it from the drone. So the marshals are down there putting more bales and rearranging all the bales and stuff. So we got time. We can chat for a while.
This is good. So Salim, you've obviously put the time in putting this event together, making sure that it's all going to work. We've had some crazy reviews of this course. People are saying it's like the equivalent of the Isle of Man TT. You know, it's challenging, it's fast. Was that in your mind when you first saw this hill?
I'm not a skater, so I don't know. I've been seeing this hill for the last, I think, 3 years. And so when I was coming up with the idea to create the WDSC, and I was talking with Will and Chris, I kept sending them videos from the gondola when I was bringing my kids to come skiing here. So, but again, you know, we weren't sure. It was only when we got to the track itself, and Will did his first run down, and he was like, "Well, I haven't luged for so many years." I'm just thinking I was a bit rusty because he was really struggling to get to the bottom because it's so fast and so, you know, it's a long course. And then obviously when we had the pros on here, I mean, the reviews were absolutely awesome. I mean, it is, I think, one of the epic tracks on the circuit. And having said the circuit, yeah, we haven't had much of a circuit this year, as you know.
Yeah, I mean, this leads me to my next question, actually, because it's so good to hear the feedback from the riders when they are enjoying the course, they're enjoying the challenges. So what is your vision for the WDSC going forward? What are you hoping for?
Okay, so the WDSC is what we're trying to move the sport to being, to a level we want to get it at. And we started this last year. The idea basically came to me about 2 years ago during COVID. I saw the sport and I said, well, it has so much potential. It's visually so compelling. These guys are doing so, I mean, this is proper racing. It's like high adrenaline, visually fantastic. It's not down to points or whatever. You can see who crosses the line first. And I was like, how come this sport hasn't got the spotlight it deserves? Why isn't it up there? And it was a friend of mine, actually, Q. He's the one who said, oh man, I just saw this guy on the hill in front of my car, and I got the number and everything. So we found out that there was this organization called the IDF. So we contacted them, and then the IDF pretty much dissolved pretty quickly afterwards. Then there was COVID and stuff. And the idea was basically to bring together the best riders in the world and put on something of a spectacle with proper television production behind it, good social media support behind it, good television distribution behind it, which we have quite a strong distribution, as you know, and get the sport, the spotlight, the exposure that we think this sport really deserves. Obviously, starting out, last year what we did, we went to existing events. So we were kind of piggybacking on existing events. And that seemed to be, for us, an introduction for us to sort of understand the sport, to learn how it's run, to learn what it's about. And at the end of last year, we put on our own event that was organized and run by the WDSC, which is us, in Cappadocia, where you were as well. Yeah. And that was a fantastic event. And we got really good reviews on that event. The track was pretty good. It had some patches, yes, we know. But generally the organization, everything went well, and we got big support last year. So this year, we made some mistakes. This year we wanted to announce a calendar, a solid calendar. And we thought, okay, that piggybacking idea was working well. So we said, let's do that, and let's do our own events. So on the one side, we had those events that existed already, like Kozakov. It's been running for years and years and years. People have been there 15 times. You can't get a more guaranteed event than Kozakov. So we said, let's go back to Kozakov. We sent them our requirements list and budgets, and Honza, the organizer, was very understanding, and we signed our deal to go to Kozakov. Right on the back of that, the week following that was going to be what was last year Monticiano, this year was going to be Nusena. He couldn't confirm because obviously it was a cost, and it was a cost to him, cost to us, whatever. But he came through eventually and agreed to our terms. We put that on the calendar. We had Tenerife on the calendar. straight after that. But Tenerife went to a local election in May. They couldn't confirm till June. We took it off the calendar. We had Cappadocia on the calendar again in September. We moved that to the date that was opened by Tenerife. So people traveling from Australia, from America, from New Zealand, etc., could stay in Europe, do the 1, 2, 3. Sorry, you want to ask something?
No, I'm just going to say, so basically, you're saying there's lots of hurdles that you've had to overcome, and you're trying to adjust to these, please the riders, make it doable, make it viable, and you're trying to learn from each event.
So the bottom line is, the piggybacking idea, which worked well last year, didn't quite work this year. Yeah. So we're now at our own event. The Lucena, as you all know, was a total disaster. And when we came back from Lucena, we made changes. We sat down with Chris and Will and my mentor, Q, who I respect a lot, you've worked with him, he's very experienced. We had a big meeting. We all came to London, actually. We flew Chris over as well. We met in England and we said, okay, what do we do? We don't want a repetition of this ever again. A, we will now be very strict on who is running events. B, we won't ever let them take the registration fee because he didn't refund anyone.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to, we can go into details, but I reckon we shouldn't go into too many details at this point, and just because I'm aware that
we're now limited, all the riders. So the problem was in Kosovo, you have hundreds of riders. There we had 140. So we said, C, we're going to limit the number of riders. So WDSC is an invitational tour for 62 of the best riders in the world. There will be a qualifying series and there can be free rides. But WDSC is not open to everyone that can just rock up, register and come along. We want to keep those numbers down. We want to avoid getting into messes like we did. It's got to be manageable, it's got to be organizable, and we stick to schedules. So that for us is important.
And this event, I mean, there's been a few challenges, as is expected. It's the first time that it's run here. But, so far, things are running. The races are going on. I think we have a green course. In fact, in that case, we'll head to that. But last word from you, Selim, then. What do you hope to make by the end of this event? You just hope everyone's home safe, everyone enjoys.
At the end of this event, yes. I mean, we had an accident yesterday, as you know. We have Khalil in the hospital. He's well. He had a good surgery. It went well yesterday. He's recovering. It's been a fantastic event. I think we've had great reviews. Riders are super happy. We're going to finish the season here, go back to the drawing board, plan out next season. We might come here twice next year. We just want to run events of this caliber from going forward. And if it's not good enough, we're not going to run it. If it means we run only 2 events, we'll run only 2 events, but they've got to be at a standard.
Yes, okay, brilliant. Slim, thank you for your time. A few final words there from WDSC President. And now, as I say, green course, hopefully we can get some more riders on the track. So without any further ado, Ian, over to you.
Thank you, Gemma. Well, I could have gone for my lunch there. There was enough time in that interview. I could have gone for a sandwich, but great to hear from Selim Kamali, the WDSC President. Lots of insight behind the scenes on what's going on with the future of the tour. We do have a green course, as I understand it, so they are just about ready to go with, will be Q2, and obviously those riders knocked out in Q3 as well. Just get you the order. So Cristiano Borges de Araujo will be first to go after Jasmine Hanegraaff and Lisa Peters. Now, Jasmine currently in 17th place, so needs to improve to get into that top 16. This will be her last run in qualifying. She was outside that top 12. So Jasmine Hanegraaff with a 240.82 on the first run. To get into the top 16, she's got to go almost a second quicker. But of course, Hussein Al Nasra 239.93 ahead of her. But he could go quicker. Jasmine into turn 3, big controlled slide there. Just managing the speed nicely through the turn. Lisa Peters on the start line as well. See here, there's just so little time to rest on this course. It is a real leg burner on these straights into turn number 4. 5 and 6 coming up. Turn 6, of course, that key turn. Once we get into heats later on today, don't have a time for when the heats are going to start, but as soon as we get a time, we'll bring you that. We may do a little bit of practice, maybe just one run before heats. Don't know for sure, but the WGSF guys will let us know as Lisa Peters underway for the Netherlands. 14th in open skate with a 2:36.83. If she stays there, she'll be in the top 16 in the heats this afternoon. She's on the top section of the course right now. This is a mammoth track, 3.2 kilometers in length. You've heard from some of the riders today just how big a challenge it is. Great position on the board there from Lisa Peters, and decent first run for her. Coming into turn number 4. She's a regular footed rider, left foot forward. Looks like I might have a co-commentator in a minute, but I'm going to keep it a surprise for you. It's going to ramp things up. I'm not sure those headphones were working at the moment, but we'll do a little test. But they will get working. Just been handed another soft beverage, caffeinated beverage by Red Bull, I'm going to say it. Hussein Al Nasra next up. Now, he had a 2:39.93 on the first run. He's going to want to improve. He's on the bubble at the moment in 16th place. We're getting creative with the microphone situation. Let's see if it works. We're just testing it now. Jasmine Hanegraaff is safely across the finish line, and that has killed the sound that I have, so hopefully it still works. Can we still hear me okay? Yeah, all okay. It's back. So apologies, guys. We're just doing some technical stuff whilst we get the second mic set up. So Thomas Ung is ready to go. We're just testing some mics.
Testing. All good?
Yeah. Welcome
all
to
right.
the commentary position, Mr. Owen Fox. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you. I'm just looking at your finger. You all okay? What's the damage?
Yeah, I mean, just a small fracture in my left hand. Mostly a head injury is why I'm not on the track today. I hit my head pretty good when I went down in, I believe, corner 8 yesterday. I'm all here. I got scans done at the hospital yesterday. Nothing too serious, but head injuries, you don't want to take a chance. So no racing for me today. I'm gonna have to sit out for probably a couple weeks now. But happy to be here with you and
great to have you.
Watch some great racing.
Hopefully the head injury doesn't impact your commentary. You were with Khalil this morning. How's he doing this morning?
He's good. I just left him. He had surgery last night. He's been in recovery for several hours now. Surgery went well, I'm told, and he is recovering well. He should be on his feet in the next day or two, I'm telling. So we love to see that, and best wishes to Khalil. We wish you were here.
We do indeed. Hopefully he's got a phone and is able to tune in. So
he is. I believe he's watching right now.
Oh, great to get the insight there. So let's just run through a couple of these times that we've had so far. They're all over the place. Lisa Peters, 2:33.97, so nice improvement. Jasmine with a Hanegraaff 2:52.36. I think she must have gone down there. Let's have a look for another time. No, that's the only times I can see so far. In Q2 or the second run for those riders that were outside the top 12, I should say. It's hard getting your head into the format.
Yeah, it's a new one. It's tricky. I think, is this Bobo on track right now with Bumil? Oh, and we're looking at Hussein as well, coming over the finish line.
So Hussein's on the bubble outside now. Has he improved? I think he might have done.
Yes,
up to a 2:32.
Up to 10th place. Yep, nice job, Hussein.
That is just what he needed.
Oh, and I correct myself. This is Oscar we're looking at.
Oscar had a good race yesterday, didn't he?
Yes, he
Up
did.
into 7th, riding really well.
I believe I was also told that was his first semifinals appearance ever. So, you know, we love to see that. Congratulations, Oscar.
Indeed, 235.35. Maybe a chance to just talk us through this course and the challenge that it brings from a rider's point of view.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this track is one of the most intensive and technical tracks we've raced in a long, long time. You can see as Oscar's coming in here to turn, not actually sure which one.
That was turn 6.
Turn 6, the big second righty, you know. It's got a great mix of super technical braking zones and also very high-speed corners, which it's dynamic. You know, you're on your toes the whole time, and there's no rest. There's no rest. So, yeah, it's exciting top to bottom.
So just checking and see if we had any other times there in open stand-up. A 2:34.89 for Thomas Ng. Oscar Clavo still not got a time for him. This is Jack Plummer on course on the top section into turn 3.
Yeah, Jack's been looking quick all weekend. You know, Jack's a big guy, which you know, usually will mean slight disadvantage on a technical track. You know, you have a harder time stopping that amount of, you know, bigger body. But he's been handling these technical turns great all weekend, and I've been very impressed. And
you may not have seen, given you're at the hospital this morning, Jack had a crash in practice this morning, so he's riding a little bit injured as well.
Oh, really?
So,
okay, I missed out on that, yeah.
Yeah, 2:32.72. He's in the top, in 12th place at the moment. Luis Rabanal across the line as well. Big slide there from Jack. Very expressive riding.
Yeah. Definitely playing it safe there too. You know, that corner 6 is it's a pretty easy one to hit the bales, and you know, at moments like this, it's much more important to just play it safe and get through the corner than put yourself in the bales. So, good job from there, Jack.
So Oscar Clavo improving from a 2:35.35 up to a 2:33.19. That's just giving him a little bit of a cushion to stay in that top 16, which is where you want to be, of course. Who have we got now? Who are we riding with?
I believe this is Barbizzi, Stefano Barbizzi.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, Barbizzi's always a force to be reckoned with, the Italian stallion, some would call him. He's looking nice and tight here through the long lefty. Oh, yeah. Staying nice and aerodynamic. Nice and tight. Let's see how he handles the big braking zone.
This is wild with 4 people, isn't it?
Oh.
Okay, guys, so we've got a red flag at the moment, so there's going to be a little hold for now as Olaf is warming up in the start, and it's getting a little chillier. So the wind's picking up a little earlier than it has done today. So there is a red flag on the course. Not sure, because there's a few riders out at the moment. The timing has disappeared as well. So that's how it goes. That's how it goes. But that doesn't mean the timing's broken, just means it could be broken. Jack's still on his feet.
Yep, Jack crossed the finish line.
That's good to see.
And no word yet on who the red flag is for, but let's hope everyone's all right, you know. Tracks like this, you know, any crash has the potential to be very dangerous, and, you know, injury is always a chance. So we're hoping whoever went down is safe and good to get back on their board.
So there's a view of the finish here. I'm just sort of frantically refreshing the timing, but a new one may come back. We've all fixed. Should have another rider perhaps. You can see a green flag being waved around. I think Gemma's going to do an interview with Mr. Suganakis, actually. So Barbizzi's on his feet still. I'm not able to bring you times at the moment.
He came through looking real tight. So
let's go to Gemma in the start for another interview.
I'm here with Alex Zukanakis, our winner from yesterday. Alex, I'm just going to have a quick chat with you because I know you're due to go out soon. So first of all, how are you feeling today? Probably quite confident as you come off the back of a win yesterday.
So yeah, I feel pretty confident for now. I just take a chill run for the first quali, and let's see what happens for the next qualis. But yeah, I feel pretty confident. The weather is nicer for us today. It's more grippy. Yeah, I feel good. I feel good.
And we've talked about areas of the course that are difficult. Any areas for you that are difficult?
I think the area the most difficult is like the 105 kilometers per hour crack. Like you just bump this crack and have some wobbles. Yeah, this is the most intense part, I think. And also the big ride that you have to slide with a big pendy. And yeah, this is maybe a 60-meter slide long.
And there's been talk of rain, and we have felt a few raindrops. How may that affect things today?
So it depends how rain is going on, because if it's just if it's just a bit of rain, it's going to be kind of tricky because we will not know where it's going to be wet, where it's going to be dry, and that's the most difficult part of like how to manage the weather in our sport. If it's full wet, it should be okay, even if it's more dangerous, even if it's going to be way more slidey. But you can control because it's always the same slide, you know, it's sliding always on the same. But if it's patchy and you don't know where it's wet, where it's dry, then it's going to be so hard.
Yes, and also in terms of setup on your board, is this course quite difficult to get the setup right?
I mean, I've been riding the same setup since a long time. Shout out to Yanis Makayan, that is not here, but that are more stable than mine. So yeah, thanks to him. Thanks, Yanis. Maybe you're watching me now, I don't know.
I know there's a lot of people watching. Finally, final question. Obviously, you know, you won yesterday. Yeah. It's always nice to win a race, but is it extra special to win somewhere here where it is so challenging?
Of course, it's something that makes me so happy. And anyway, like it's my first win race in an international race. So it's kind of really difficult for me to, you know, like understand the feeling that I can have in my body and all, but yeah, this is kind of good.
Do you feel any pressure? Because this weekend, obviously it's a 2-race weekend, the championship will be decided today. Do you feel pressure?
So basically, my strategy is to calm down with the pressure anyway. Like if you have pressure, you will fall, you will not get your best level for sure. If to calm down, stay chill, do what you know to do, and that's it.
Yes, very wise words. Alex, thank you so much for chatting, and congratulations on yesterday, and good luck for today.
Thank you. And I represent Lyon 6-9.
Nice.
Patrick Pelot.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you. Okay, we're going to head back to the track now.
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you, Alexandra Suganakis, yesterday's winner. And and he was on fire yesterday in those finals, man.
Oh, he was absolutely firing. I actually didn't get to watch it live because I was in hospital, but I went back and got to see.
Sorry.
Let's have a quick chat with Olaf if he's happy to.
I don't.
Olaf, I'm just going to have a quick chat with you. I know you're literally just about to head out onto the track once they get things sorted. But first of all, how are you since we last saw you?
I'm doing great. Like, I haven't been sleeping that much lately since I have a little baby at home. But coming here, I was scared, like, my skate legs are not here. I haven't been skating basically since Italy. So, but now I'm feeling really confident. Like, this track is for me, top speed, big straights, corners on the edge of a grip, just 100 kilometers plus. So I'm really, really digging the track.
Awesome. And you were saying about your skate legs, but this course in particular, it's a long course and there are no breaks. There is no chance to relax, to rest. It is full on. It's a very endurance heavy course, would you say?
Yeah. So when I walked the track the first day, I was thinking, fuck, my legs are going to be dead. And after the first day, I was like, oh, it wasn't that bad. But then the second day, yesterday, my legs are so toast. And now today, I'm trying to conserve as much energy as possible because it's hard. It's a long track, and yeah, like you said, it's just no brakes, just all gas.
It's so funny because I'm chatting to everybody and they're saying, oh my gosh, this is a really tough course, it's a challenging, but they're saying it with a smile on their face. So it's like, it's a tough course, but you're loving it for that.
Yeah, it's a bit like a love-hate relationship.
Yes.
For me, it's more love because I still haven't crashed in the crack. A lot of people have, like, Khalil broke his back, and yeah. So I've been lucky, fortunate enough to not crash, so I'm just loving it so far.
Very good to hear indeed. So in terms of your racing year, because when we last spoke to you, and obviously you were expecting, you weren't sure if you were going to do much competing, and then here you are at the start line. So what changed?
Well, I have to come back to Turkey. I love Turkey. I love this country. It's awesome. The race is great. The people, so yeah. This might be like, I wanted to do the whole year basically of skating. Finish the year, finish strong, and so that's why I'm here. Next year we'll see if I have time.
Yeah, fair enough. And I saw you dancing with some of the locals yesterday as well. So it's as much about the atmosphere of the event as the competition.
So much fun. Yeah. I love it.
Okay, well, I'll let you get back to your prep and get ready because we never know when we're going to get a green course. But thank you, Olav, and congratulations. Okay, lovely to have a catch up with Olav there. We're going to head back up to the start. Let's see who we've got here. It seems like a bit of a relaxed vibe going on at the moment. Talking of dancing with the locals, see if you can duck under here. So I have noticed this weekend a lot of encouragement for the next generation of skating stars, which is great to see. But Antoine, as we have you here, hello. We have a quick chat if that's okay.
For sure, let's do it.
Perfect. So give us a little recap on yourself. How are you doing this weekend? How have you found it so far?
I find it amazing. It's a crazy track, one of the kind. I don't think anyone has ever raced on something like this. So, and it's in a different way from last year. Last year it was gnarly, scary because of the pavement. Now it is just, I mean, we're all saying it, super steep, very scary. So it's hard, especially with this new qualifying format. I personally love it because there's a lot of thinking into it. Like you don't want to go push it too far, because if you push it too far, then you're out. You know, so you're trying to find the balance between staying in the top 8 to make it to Q3, but not going too far and missing out on Q3. So, I mean, I love it. I watch Formula 1 and that's what I've been doing. So I feel like a cheap Formula 1 driver and I love that.
Yeah.
And so yeah, right now I'm just trying to put down some laps that are not risky, not too risky, you know, and we'll see in Q3.
Yeah, and talking about that, Antoine, I know we had a chat yesterday, didn't we? Just saying about there's an edge and you don't know how far to push it in terms of when something is dangerous, when a course is dangerous, when it's tough. There's a fear factor there. When is it too much? When is the fear validated and maybe you should back off? You know, it's hard to find that line.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard, yeah, you don't want to cross the line and you will at some point. And when you crash, it's not really up to you if it's gonna go wrong or good. So I find it very hard at night. I'm thinking about the runs and what could have gone wrong, and I don't want to forbid myself from thinking about it because I think it's still super important and it's what keeps me alive, you know. But for example, this morning, first run, I went with some other wheels to have fun, new slider wheels, trying to film, and first corner I crashed and dislocated my shoulder, and it was absolutely scary. First time it happened to me. And now it's good, so it feels amazing, but it was a reminder, you know, that this was the slowest corner of the course and I dislocated my shoulder. So, you know, it's all about just finding the balance. Don't push it too hard. It's not like qualifying matters that much here, to be honest. Well, yeah, we start from quarterfinals, so I think racing will be more important to me. But yeah, I'll still do my best in quali and keep it safe.
And is the championship title in your mind at all?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie now. Like Diego and all these other guys are far up, but you know, that's not preventing me from pushing it and from doing my best. I love this track, and I know things are different on each track. You know, here there's a lot of mental game. I feel like it's not only about technical stuff, but it's about how far you want to push it. I'm very proud to see my buddy Andreas over there because he's the youngest here. He's been killing it for years, but there's no junior category anymore. But he's 17 and he's killing it today. Probably a podium quali time. So yeah, I'm very proud to see him, and I'll try to follow his lines.
Amazing, brilliant. Well, let's talk to Andreas and let's get him over here. Andreas, are you happy for a chat?
Yeah.
He's saying no, but we're gonna get him anyway.
He can do it.
Andreas, thank you for your time. And first of all, welcome to the WDSC.
Thank you.
How do you find it so far?
Like the event is really cool. We skate a lot. It's good. The track is fucking sick. No, it's really sick. Really challenging, and yeah, we love it.
How important is competing to you? You know, as you're kind of moving up the ranks and you're in the junior sector, is competing amongst the likes of, you know, world champions, is that helpful for you?
Yeah, like racing with the big boys, it's like I can improve really fast, and yeah, like in 2 years I was like not a good skater, and then I can skate with the big boys because they train me, they give me advice, and yeah, that's really nice.
And do you know a lot of the fellow skaters here outside of competition? Do you hang out together? Do you train together?
In Paris, yeah, for sure. Like we skate with Antoine, with all the Paris team, and we meet up at every event in French. Like I see Alexandros all the summer, and yeah.
You can tell, like the atmosphere is so good here. Everyone's so friendly, sharing advice, sharing tips. Yes, it's competitive, but it's also supportive, the community.
Yeah, we are all friends. Like there is no like
intense rivalries.
No, there is no intense what you say, and everyone is kind with people, and it's a good way to improve. Yeah.
Yes, and do you have friends and family watching at home?
Of course, like my parents, my friends, and yeah.
What do they make of you taking on these sorts of courses?
My mom, I think, she's quite scared, but she don't show it. She say like, okay, give everything you have, and so yeah.
We like that. That's a good pep talk, good support. Well, look, enjoy it, and we look forward to seeing what you can do out there. Thank you for chatting.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Great to hear from the younger competitors, those that are moving up the ranks swiftly. I believe we are still waiting for a second, so let's have a chat. Diego, would you be happy to have a quick interview? So Diego Poncelet here. Welcome, welcome. A bit of an up and down day for you yesterday. Obviously, we had some protests. Do you want to just talk us through that very briefly?
So the qualifying was really good. We're doing the new format now with Q1, Q2, Q3, and I managed to put in a good time in Q3, so that put me in first coming into the race. The racing was very difficult because there's a lot of passing opportunities in the beginning, and so it gets very aggressive, and unfortunately by the end of it, most of either someone had crashed, someone taken out, so it was a very chaotic day, to be honest. But yeah, in the end they gave me the position. I crossed the line fourth, but there was a protest, and so I was put into third. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that very good recap there. Now, I've been desperate to talk to you about your suit because when we caught up in Italy, you were saying you'd done a lot of testing in the wind tunnel, perfecting things here and there. This is the first outing it's had, I believe. So talk us through it, and is it helping?
So this is it's a new suit that I'm using also for speed purposes in terms of aerodynamics and stuff, but also I think it's a new look for racing. I'm more into this kind of like ski look than the leathers, which maybe is more reminiscent of like, for example, motorcycle racing and stuff. And it seems to work. It's difficult to say, of course, but every little detail, every little percentage of aerodynamic that you can gain is a positive. So that's what we're looking for.
Is it feeling flexible? Is it feeling comfortable to race in?
It is. It's feeling amazing, to be honest. I was not sure because this is the first time I'm trying it in a race. I was a bit worried that it would like compromise my movements a little bit, but actually it's as if I didn't have it, and it maybe adds a little layer of protection as well.
Yeah, perfect, and a bit of style as well. We like it. Okay, well look, I think they're going to get racing again. So thank you for chatting. We'll catch up with you later. Thank you. Okay, Ian, back to you.
Thank you, Gemma. We worked you hard there, didn't we? Lots of interviews. Apologies, a couple of interviews. If there was any offensive language that you might have picked up there, apologies for that. We'll have a word with those riders. Olaf should know better, though. He's a father.
He is, yeah. He's new, though. You know,
he's new, yeah.
He's practicing.
But it's interesting. You know, he's saying that he's not got the skate legs. He's not a chance. I get it. I've been in that situation myself. Not in skating, but it's tough when you got a newborn at home and you could get out and practice. But he's here, he's thrown down. And then we heard, obviously, from Andreas Bouclier, finished fifth yesterday, 17 years old.
Yep.
Man, that guy's impressive.
Absolute up-and-comer. You know, I think we're definitely looking at a future superstar right there. You know, I mean, he's had some great performances in the past, but I think it's safe to say we can call this a real breakout weekend for him, competing on a track like this with, the riders that are here. and finishing in a position as high as 5th is not something to ignore, and I think he should be very, very proud of himself, and I'm very excited to see what he can pull out today.
Yeah, he's riding with a lot of confidence as well, and he's just how he approached yesterday. He's a smart rider, 17. Tactically looked really aware as well.
Yep.
You don't finish 5th if you're not aware tactically. So, yeah, could he even sneak into the final today? We will find out later on. He's currently got the 4th best time in from Q1 at 2:25.78. We're back underway, and Olav's on course. Olav away from Norway.
Yep, I believe we're actually looking at Antoine
Antoine's
Carlotti.
underway. But
Going through the first left.
So Olav's further ahead on the course then. He's already...
Let's see how Carlotti handles this first big breaking point. Oh, beautiful line. Oh, winding out. Oh, lovely. Used the whole road right there. See, I think the drone may have gotten a little close to him, but that was a great racing line right there from Carlotti. It's really important to take a lot of speed out of that first corner because if you can enter this corner 4 with a lot of speed, I mean, you'll make a ton of time here. It's a real high-speed corner right there.
You want to be really carrying your speed through that turn.
Yep.
As Olav has crossed the line, 2:27.58 in Q2. Wow. So
that's a real good time.
Seconds quicker.
That's a very solid time.
That's
right
nice. So Antoine Carlotti from France is on course for bringing his time as Gregory Schwab is underway.
Yep.
6th place for him yesterday. He wants to go a little bit. He deals in finals.
He does. Yeah. Greg is a finals racer for sure, and you know, I think this track. I think he could do very well here if he can put a lap together that he'll be happy with. So let's see.
So we're into Q2. These are the riders that weren't knocked out in Q1. So in Q2, Olav has the quickest time so far. What we're looking at is Gregor pushed that wide, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Well, I heard Harry saying earlier, you know, this track has sections that are advantageous to both regular riders or goofy riders. And the right turns, the big braking points, are absolutely advantageous to the goofy riders or the right foot forward riders, which Greg is one of. So he's able to make a ton of time up in these big braking points, which a lot of these regular riders will struggle to do.
Yeah, particularly coming into turn 6 here. Nice big slide, and then...
Oh, I mean, that's beautiful. That was lovely job from Greg right there. Yeah,
he was on it there.
Absolutely textbook. Oh, and I think that's Alexandros kicking off the line.
Yeah, it should be. And then it will be followed by Andreas Buklier, Vasek Vankara, Harry Clark, and Diego Poncelet as Antoine Carlotti crosses the line. 2:26.09, going a little bit quicker. This is all about getting into the top 8 for that Q3 shootout.
Yep, and that was a great time for Carlotti if he's hoping to do that. Yeah, 2:26 is a very solid number.
Quickest time in Q1 was Diego 2:31.81. So that tells you where these guys are moving it in the right direction in Q2.
You'll notice too, I mean, compared to a lot of other tracks, the time splits may seem large compared to what people are used to seeing. But on a track like this with such high speeds, any sort of small mistake will cost you a lot more time than it would on a slower track. So maybe being a second or a second and a half behind someone is not as big a deal as it may seem. You know, I mean, we're used to, I think, dealing in tenths of a second compared to full seconds. But here, a second or two is fully a respectable gap.
And with the length of the course and the type of turns, you can make that up in the heats as well if you've got a big gap.
Absolutely.
As well. We've got 2 riders on course. Alexandros Suganakis and Andreas Buklier started as well. This is Buklier coming into turn at number 3. Yeah. Gregor Schwab has crossed the line with a 2:25.20. So that's the quickest now in Q2.
Yep.
That's a big improvement as well. 3 seconds he's improved on his first run. But you'd kind of expect that as everyone's warming up throughout the day. Just wondering what you think of the conditions, totally different conditions today. Do you think, is that going to impact on the road in any way?
I think for sure. I mean, you know, there's definitely the pavement's going to be colder today. It's looking a little gloomier. So right now the pavement's colder. There's definitely more grip to be found. The fact that we're into the 225s in Q2 already says a lot because those were times we were searching for in Q3 yesterday. So I think we could be seeing faster times just across the board today. But it does look like there is a chance of rain as well, which really could spice things up.
Well,
but honestly, fingers crossed. Let's keep it dry. I think this track in the rain will be absolutely a behemoth.
So yesterday's winner, Alexandros Suganakis, crosses the line. 2:25.20, the time to beat. Is he going to do it? Or I'm just watching the screen as Harry Clark's getting ready to start his run. 2:23.98. That was so much quicker than his first run. He was 2:27.3 in Q1, 2:23.98. That is going to take him through for sure.
Yeah, that'll be a Q3 appearance for sure right there. Is that a 3.5 second improvement? Something about there?
Yeah, about that.
That's a large improvement right there.
So Harry Clark underway. He's a regular-footed rider.
Yep. So he'll be gaining the advantage in the lefts, which are the high-speed grip corners. So that's where he will make up that time. He was talking to me. He said he's been working on some stuff all morning, and he says he's got some stuff he's been trying out that he thinks will make a big difference when it comes down to it at the end in Q3. So I'm excited to see what he whips out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Still not seen a time for Bouclier yet. I haven't seen him cross the line, but well, there he is now. So Andreas Bouclier from France, the young gun. How close can he get to the time of Suganakis or Schwab? Can he go ahead of them? He goes into 4th, 2:26.18, a little bit slower than Q1.
Yep.
Now Diego Poncelet underway. It's an interesting suit he's wearing. I come from a ski racing background, so I know these suits. I'm not going to say what we used to call them. I'll tell you off air. But firstly, they're cold. But he's got his leathers underneath.
His leathers underneath, yeah. So it's Lycra. Some people may be confused.
Yeah.
Apparently, we've had disputes in past years about what is legal and what isn't. As far as the rule book states, this is a legal suit to be wearing. It's not a latex or anything like that. But he's wearing it to gain an advantage aerodynamically. And on a track like this with such high speeds, there absolutely is an advantage to be had.
It's all about the airflow through the suit. In ski racing, to bore everyone for a second, all the suits have to be tested for downhill and Super G racing, and the International Federation put a little disc on the back of the suit so that nobody can start wearing like latex type materials that are faster with the airflow. Now Vasek van Karup with a 2:25.57, and that is just a fraction, just 0.12, just over a tenth of a second quicker than Q1. And despite the protests and everything yesterday, what a race he had.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. He was on fire, even all the way through qualifying as well, And, yeah, I mean, unfortunate to see contact and protests in the finals. You love to see a clean race. But on a track like this and, with racers like this, it's going to happen at some points. And, glad everyone came out okay, and it's part of the game.
That's the most important thing, everyone out of it okay in that final. But yeah, it's racing. You got to, if you're unhappy, you're going to make a protest. Yep. And then these things happen in this type of sport. Robin is racing a lot of the time, but
yes,
it's going to happen.
Ian. It's a lovely line from Buemil right there.
And you can see the clouds forming, a wind picking up here on this course. We're probably going to have to roll pretty quickly into finals, into quarterfinals, due to, well, we don't want to run out of daylight, but we've got a small field and hopefully no issues.
That's Jack Plummer, I believe, coming through maybe turn 4. Oh, and here's Poncelet coming over the finish line.
This is a big run, Diego Poncelet. I'm wondering if there was maybe some timing issues with a couple of riders, because we are still in Q2. Diego Poncelet, 2:33.34, just under half a second quicker than Q1. It's his consistency. Jack's off in turn 6. He's on his feet, chasing his board. He's going to. Oh no, that's guy's giving up. It's in the hay. He'll catch it. He'll catch it.
I think we might have missed seeing Harry Clark come over the finish line, but he went and put himself on provisional pole for a second there before Diego took it with a time of 2:23.8.
2:23.6.
2:23.6.
What I like about how we're now at this stage, we've been riding on this course since Friday. We've had a race yesterday. It's Sunday now. The heavy hitters, Poncelet, Clark, Suganakis, all in the 2:23s. So despite the length of the course and the bigger time gaps, man, that is so tight.
Yep. I mean, that's a big thing. Just time on track and repetition. And they'll get these things dialed in, no problem. These riders are just of that caliber that you give them 3 days on a track and
they're dialing in.
They'll own it. Yeah. So makes it real exciting.
Certainly does, and you can see there's the gondola, which we are loving. So Jack Plummer was back on course. He had a fall. I think there may have been an issue with some of the timing, which is why we were seeing
delay.
I think, yeah, a couple of riders I wasn't expecting to go on the list underway. We should have 12 riders in Q2, so Jack Plummer was one. I'm just going to see if I can work out who the other rider was that we're missing from that list. Is it yes, Mr. Barbisi. He's not on this list, so he should have been in Q2. In Q2, he was one of the top 12. So Jack Plummer had a fall on that one. His Q2 time 2:56. And here is Stefano Barbisi. I got it right. I worked it out.
There it is.
Crosses the line now. Is he going to be in the top 8? Olavoy's on the bubble at the moment. Barbisi into fourth. 2:24.47.
Oh, we got ourselves a knife fight here for the top 4.
All right, so just under 3 seconds separating the top 8. Poncelet, Clark, Tsuganakis, Barbisi, Schwab, Van Kara, Carlotti, and Bouclier, the top 8 that are going to go again in Q3. And that is going to sort out the order and see who's going to get those red leg sleeves.
Yeah.
Late
I mean,
choice.
Barbizzi had a rough morning yesterday in qualifying. He crashed himself out in his Q1 lap, which he was pretty bummed about. So that put him at the bottom of the bracket. So it's really good to see him, having a better morning, a little bit of redemption today, and back at P4, which is right around where he should be. I mean, Barbizzi's been a final skater for many years now, so you hate to see him have a rough morning like he did yesterday. So.
Yeah, he's in the mix today with the times like that. He's got a great chance today. That's the view at the start. Q2, everyone's done. It's just, as I understand it, the Q3 to come. I don't think the losers are getting a third qualifying run. I could be totally wrong on that, though. It seems to change, but, we'll just go with the flow, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Apologies again that we weren't able to bring you the coverage yesterday, but hopefully you're enjoying the pictures that you can see today and the interviews that Gemma is bringing us. A little bit of chat about the surface, Owen. It's pretty good.
It is pretty good, yeah. I mean, the pavement is pavement's nice and smooth in most places. Excuse me. There's a couple imperfections down the road in certain spots, but that's to be expected.
You're going to get that, yeah.
Yeah, that's to be expected on any good track. The real thing to note is that there's a bit of dust up here, which is sort of embedded in the pavement.
It's embedded in my laptop now as well.
It seems to be embedded in about everything, including my throat right now. Excuse me. What's important about that is it creates sort of a slick surface, which means that the wheels don't necessarily engage in the pavement as much as the riders would like. So the braking power is slightly reduced, which is not. They might say it's a bad thing, but I think it just makes it a little more exciting. And I say, having raced yesterday, it is pretty exciting to, it's like how do I put it? Like a slick go-kart track. You just got to play with it and learn the limits. But yeah, I mean, absolutely pristine. Especially, I mean, the only exception being the crack in corner 8. But other than that, I mean, top to bottom, just a pristine piece of pavement.
It's beautiful and great surface for racing. I understand we're broadcasting in the town square in Erzincan. So, guys, if you're watching, apologies, I can't speak Turkish, but just want to thank the city of Erzincan for welcoming us here. We have been so well looked after. It is an absolute pleasure to be in this part of the world. Everyone's been so friendly. You've been amazing hosts these past few days, so big thank you to the city of Erzincan for all of the support that you've provided for this race.
Yeah, well, I mean, we travel around a lot as riders, competing in different parts of the world, and it's always just such a pleasure to come to a place that is so accepting and also so beautiful.
Yeah, it is beautiful indeed, and it's nice to have hotel rooms as well, so we're certainly enjoying that. Very warm hotel room. So the riders are making their way back up on the gondola at the moment. We're looking at the Red Bull Arch out of the start, and it's going to be a few minutes until they're back at the top. You may pick up some sound on the mic. Yeah, they've turned the speakers on, which is good. So,
yeah, we've got a nice crowd gathering here at the top of the start line.
It's
I don't know if
building.
you can see that on camera here, but
Where's
The
our start
energy
camera?
is really starting to pick up here, and people are excited for the racing this afternoon.
It's warming up in terms of the action. We've got our start order for Q3, and we are ready to go as soon as the riders are up here. It's tough, this format, for the riders, because you just got to keep going and going off the gondola, and then it's straight back in, race again.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty non-stop, really demanding on the legs and on the mental, you know, resilience of the riders. But yeah, it's interesting to see. What's also interesting is it's sort of back to the mental thing. Is that usually when we do qualifying, you know, on the traditional format, the best lap of your day is the lap that counts.
Yeah.
So there is a chance, you know, as we've seen a couple times, I think, where your first lap may be faster than your second. Maybe your Q1 lap was faster than your Q2 lap, and your Q1 lap doesn't count in Q2, you know, and that might be, you know, you went a little slower, but instead of being like, oh, I went faster the first time, you got to do better every time, and I think that's very demanding and exciting. It, you know, makes these guys have to push every single run.
Putting the pressure on the riders. It's focusing everyone to sharpen up and execute on those runs. There's no throwaway runs here, so it's certainly adds something to it. And of course, it's all about sorting out the positions for the heats, and once we get into those quarterfinals and beyond later, it's the type of course. It doesn't matter if you're in fourth place, though, and coming in at turn one. Some hills, I know from my ski and snowboard cross background, you need to be in that red first lane choice to nail the first turn, and you can hold everyone off. Here, yeah, it doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, I mean, even the push lanes here are not as important as they are at other tracks, because the push zone is so steep, you know, so you could be far right or far left, but you're accelerating off the line so quickly here that everyone's going to come out in a nice pack, and you're, you know, on top of each other into that first kink. So it's really exciting racing.
Yeah, looking forward to bringing it to you later. We've just got one more run of qualifying to do. That shouldn't take too long, and then we'll get into the racing. We're going to have a round of 16, so quarterfinals for the open stand-up, and then we'll have two semi-finals for the luge, and then there'll be women's stand-up final as well. Just going to look for the results. I think Lisa Peters is in there in the top 16. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Bring all that to you later as we get it. But right now, just waiting on the riders to get back to the top and the gondola. You must be loving having a gondola here as well. What a difference!
Oh, I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, you know, it's nice that we have the track running all day. So, my goodness, excuse me. On practice day, you know, we were able to get as many laps as we possibly could because we never had to open the track back up for the shuttle vehicles. But on top of that, what a view! You know, I mean,
amazing,
runs,
isn't it?
you get to sit down, rest your legs, and just look out at the expanse of beautiful mountains here. So it's definitely one of the nicest shuttle systems I've ever encountered, and I'd like to do it more often.
I would as well. It just allows everything to flow so much easier. But there's not too many places where we have access to a quality road with a gondola.
No, this is a
it's
real
not
gem.
mountain biking.
No, it's not
where we can just.
It's a lot more expensive to pave a road too than it is to cut a trail.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Well, this is a ski resort in the winter as well. I've not actually skied here. I have skied a place called Palandoken. It's probably 2.5 hours away from here. But there's quite a few lifts just behind us. There's a chair lift and then another lift going up to, I think, 2,900 meters.
Yep.
So you get some serious snowfall in this part of the world as well. I'd want to come back. I'm just scoping lines at the moment, and I can see so much terrain
it looks
that
incredible.
I just want to rip.
Yeah, I mean, in both directions, just great side terrain. And I was told, I think it was 3 or 4 kilometers of lift. Of lift lines here, so you can really cover a lot of terrain in a day here. I may be incorrect on those numbers, but
there's a lot of lift, and you get really dry snow in this part of the world. I can tell we're on a little just sort of gap in the schedules. I'm having to dig deep on ski. But when I skied in Turkey in 2011 at Palandoken, it was the driest snow. It was cold. It was like minus 28. But it's twice we've been here in Turkey for a race, and this time of year it's pretty cold.
Yeah.
So you know what, it's all right, but the sun's gone, so it's a little chillier. But you pick the snow up. You couldn't make a snowball. It was so dry.
That's, you know, that
People in
sounds just
Utah
lovely.
think you got good powder.
Come to Turkey.
Come to Turkey.
Come
yeah.
to Turkey.
But you do have good powder in Utah.
Oh,
We love
it is
We love it.
incredible.
All right, let's have a look at the gondola. What can we see? Anybody here? Not yet. A lot of.
They should be coming back up
Yeah,
in the next minute
it's been
or
about
two.
10, 15 minutes. There's
And
Chris
then,
McBride.
Yep.
In the finish.
Oh, there he is.
On
the
the
man,
radio.
the myth.
Working the timing.
Yeah, when the riders get off the gondola between these runs, they'll be going back to the rider staging area where they can, tweak their setups, maybe adjust their gear, and most importantly is change wheels. For qualifying especially, it's super important. I mean, for racing as well, but qualifying is what we're on right now. It's really important to have fresh wheels for each run. The fresh wheel provides, the most grip in the corners and allows you to get the most performance out of your board. So they'll be rushing from the gondola back to the rider staging area and, setting their boards up and dialing them in for the next run. So I think I'm starting to see some riders entering the staging area. I think I see Vasek entering one of the tents. That's all I'm seeing right now, but that should mean in the next couple minutes we'll have some riders back down here at the start line.
So just those 8 riders, and then we'll go into quarterfinals. I don't think we're going to have long. We're calling the street losers down. So I'm just trying to listen in to see. It's the only way I can get some information here. So apologies if we go quiet. We're just having a little listen in, see what the call is for. Right, this time yesterday we actually ran the street luge final.
All right, this will be exciting.
But I don't think it is going to be the final. I think because they're going to run semi-finals today for street luge. But we would probably do that later on today. So, but we'll see.
Do we have luge qualifying results anywhere?
I don't know.
We'll find those at some point and read them out. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. We're just listening in, listening for some more information for you guys. We'll be right back with you.
Apologies, guys. That was very unprofessional of me to just have a quick conversation. But, we want to bring in what's happening. So we're going to go into the street luge semi-finals. And I don't have a graphic for it. I don't have a printout for it or anything. But I can recognize most of the street lugers because there's only 6 of them.
I believe we may even have 5 of them today.
Let's count them. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. I was
I
right.
find myself corrected.
So it's going to be 3 and 3 in the street luge.
3 and 3.
Semi-finals. Top 2, of course, into
Okay, and then we're going to run a 4-man final, correct?
Yep, 4-man final.
3. 2-man consi.
And there will be a consolation final, consi final as well with 2 riders, just to sort the positions out as well.
And I mean, I'm all for this. I love the more luge racing I get to watch, the better. I love watching these guys
it's
race.
It's so much fun, and the speeds that Abdil's been hitting today.
I saw on the GPS he went, I believe, 112 kilometers an hour.
That was on
today,
his warm-up run this morning. So,
and I believe he'd be hitting that into corner 10 as the top speed right there, which is the real technical big lefty at the bottom.
Corner 10's been causing problems in the stand-up today as well. So
I mean, corner 10 is definitely the fastest part of the track. It's not as maybe abrasive as the crack right above it, but it is like a 100 kilometer an hour drift, which is sure to throw some people off. And for all you American viewers out there, 112 kilometers an hour is about 70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Or 100. Yeah.
You can get your calculators out and work it out wherever you are. And UK viewers as well. We use 100 miles. We use miles an hour.
Oh, all right. Excuse me
We
to my
use
UK friends.
It's the 3rd time I've heard this song today. I know you guys probably can't hear it at home, but
yeah.
So the lugers just getting their coloured leg sleeves on, and that's just to help with a little bit of identification, so we know who's who. But just hopefully you guys can see at home. Although we're on the drones and the drones are chasing, but so it's quite hard to see. So heat number 1, Abdil Madzan will be in red, David Frege in green, and Andrew Spate should be in blue in heat number 1. Arkadiusz Kowalski, Luis Morevo, and Daniel Blanco, I think, in heat number 2. So Luge is just getting ready, just getting warmed up. Semi-finals for them. First little bit of action that we're going to see. And head-to-head racing. Top 2 progress into the next round, of course, as you know. So the rider wearing the red leg sleeves means they're the fastest qualifier in this heat. And that means Abdil Madzan there is going to get first lane choice. So he can pick his lane. David Frege in green will get the second lane choice. And if Andrew Spate is in this first semi-final, which he is, he's just getting his gloves on now, he will get the last lane choice. Right, our 3 losers in this first semi-final are getting lined up on the start gate. The drone is ready. We're going to get follow cam as well. We're not going to be able to cut live to the follow cam, sadly, but you'll see that in the highlights or maybe on social if something really cool happens. But make sure you follow us on social media. Really appreciate all the likes and sharing and comments that are going on. Unfortunately, with the information I need in front of me, I can't dip into any comments, so apologies for that, guys. I don't have enough space on the table here. It's as simple as that, but thank you so much for tuning in and patience throughout the day, but we're just going to keep trucking on and bring you some action. Still got Q3 to come as well for the open stand-up. We're just giving those guys a little chance to sort equipment out, take on some fluid, as Owen was saying. So they're lined up now for semi-final number 1 in the open luge category, or men's luge. I think we'll go with open. Abdil Madzan in red, he's in the white suit. David Frege in green on his first day of properly riding this track. He is in the middle, Andrew Spate there from Yorkshire. Yorkshire first, wearing the blue leg sleeves. Here we go, first semi-final underway in the open street luge category. A great push there from Abdil Madzan. It's a bit of a battle between Andrew Spate and David Frege. Nice move there from Spate to get into second place. Then we've got the follow cam as well. That's going to be awesome footage.
Oh, yeah. I believe Spate and Abdil almost made a little contact there. Spate crossed over, but, you know, Abdil's got just such a powerful kick. He was able to sort of get
David Frege running it really tight to the side there. Renato on the follow cam there, and Abdil starting to pull away. You can see the speed. He's so precise with every move he makes on that luge, and it works.
I know I heard it described that for the skaters, it's about trying to get all the speed you can out of this track, but for the lugers, it's really about just trying to find your braking points and slow down as well as you can. And Abdil's really a master of that.
Oh, what a nice move from David Frege. We got a real battle for second place, haven't we? Andrew Spate in the mix. He finished 4th yesterday, but now David Frege's here coming into turn 6. This is going to be a key turn. Oh, and we miss it. Well, let's see. We're on to the second drone.
Someone's into the bales.
Yeah, who is it?
What color are we looking at?
Trying to recognize the style as well, but we just, you guys at home could see how far away we are. Abdil is well clear. Madzan well clear, the man from Malaysia. And it was a real battle between Andrew Spate and David Frege. It was coming out of turn 6, which is such a tough turn on luge because it is so tight and you're carrying so much speed into it as well.
Yeah, and it looked like he just sort of maybe lost traction a little bit on the exit and ended up washing out into the bales. You know, which will happen, but unfortunate.
Getting to the bottom section of the course here, and this is where you're just constantly sweeping down this hillside. It is so much fun to see.
We're still trying to figure out who we're looking at here. Our apologies. Oh,
almost had it there.
All
right, let's see. Come on, pick him up, pick him up, pick him up. That's Andrew. That's the blue of Andrew Spate still moving.
Yep.
So Andrew Spate from Great Britain is going to come through in second, but Abdel Madzan takes semi-final number 1. And then now Andrew Spate from Great Britain comes through in second place. He is in the final. Let's hope David Frager is okay. No, there might just be a quick change of battery on one of the drones. We're still looking for David Frager. It was a slow speed section of the course, so hopefully he's all okay. Renato's on his way down, and that sort of suggests that if there was a big problem, he'd have stuck around.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
He is multiple world champion, I believe, in inline skating.
Yes, he is. He is truly a master to watch.
And he's bringing us, honestly, some of the best footage of the weekend. You'll see it all in the highlights and on social media as well.
Yep. Man, I would love to have a live stream camera on his head. You
know, I got so many ideas.
The places he can get is they're pretty cool.
I'd have 20 cameras and like live data on you guys with the speed, the G-forces, mic you all up.
Yeah.
Well, the green flag's waving, so hopefully David Frager is going to be coming through any moment now to complete semi-final number 1. He's all okay. It's been tough for him. It's
up, shaking his head, but glad to see he's all right.
Yeah, tough few days for him, but he had a smile on his face this morning. Now he was actually able to race.
Yep.
And he's still got the Consi final to come. So Abdel Madzan and Andrew Spate into what I've always called the big final. So apologies if the terminology is a little wrong, but we could just go with the final. Semi-final number 2. We've got an interview with Lisa Peters.
It must mean a lot. I was saying earlier, to win on a course like this as well. I mean, obviously it's lovely to get the win, but this is so testing for everybody. It must mean that bit more.
Yeah, it's like it was also a personal challenge to take the lines how you're supposed to take it, which is at the beginning was way out of my comfort zone. Like the first run, I was like, how am I going to race on this road? But yeah, I mean, practice makes it better, and I felt way more comfortable run by run. So yeah, like I'm happy to be first, but I'm also happy about the skating.
And today, is there any differences in how you're skating today?
Yeah, today I'm more comfortable. Also because yesterday there were some struggles with the time, so I never saw my actual time. So I had nothing really to battle against. And now I had like my first time, and then I can try to beat my first time, and my second time was faster. And then my third time was faster as well. So you have like some relevant information and feedback about your skating. And yeah, that makes me more eager and makes me progress way more.
That's brilliant. I think we're about to get underway with the next semi-final heat, so I'll come and catch up with you a little bit later on. Thanks a lot, Lisa. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to the action.
Semi-final 2 for the luge. Ready to go. Daniel Blanco in blue. There on the right-hand side of your screen. Luis Mohorevo. Topras, as he's told me to say, in green. And Arkadiusz Kowalski in red. Kowalski second place yesterday. Luis finished in third. Daniel Blanco in fifth. Should be slightly more evenly matched this one. Abdul was so far ahead.
Yeah.
Which we kind of knew. But we might have a little bit more of a battle here.
Yeah, I think we might see
in semi-final 2.
I think we might see a nice fight here for first.
As we're here on the line, what sort of thoughts go through your mind when you're about to push off?
Well, I try to maintain calm. I try to breathe a lot and just focus on my push. Try to set it up, everything ready, and not much. I try not to think much because, yeah, it's about the racing.
Absolutely. And as a luger, how does this course test you?
Oh, this is a fast track, very technical. You either get fast or technical, and this has both. So yeah, it's a really nice track, and it's really good to be here with the top of the world competing, and I really like the ambience and everything, so it's really good.
And how was yesterday for you?
Oh, yesterday was amazing. I had a podium finish, so yeah, I'm so stoked. Hopefully today we can do it again, and yeah, cheers to the guys for having a great race.
And while we're on, a quick shout out to any fans watching.
Yeah, to my fans in Peru, I love you. Thanks. Keep supporting the Chopras.
Getting a lot of love on the social media there as well, so keep up the good work. Thank you for chatting. And just quickly, I know you look like you're a little bit in the zone there, so I'm sorry to interrupt. How's your day been for you so far?
It was okay. The track is really dusty, and I'm slipping a lot away in the corners, so it's not my track. And I have only 4 wheels, so I have to watch to not lose grip all the time.
How are you racing today then? Are you being conservative?
I have not that much experience at racing. I'm more open road skater, so I will see what happens.
What a track to have a competition on, hey? But you're enjoying it.
What?
You're enjoying it. You're having fun.
Yes, definitely.
Brilliant. That's so important on a track like this. Well, look, good luck, enjoy, and I'll let you get underway. Thank you very much. Ian, back to you.
Thank you, Gemma. Thanks to the guys on the start line for the interviews. It's probably the last place on earth you want an interview on the start line, but I think this may be just because of that crash of David Frager, there's maybe just a little bit of work going on the course. But we are ready to rock with semi-final 2 here in the Open Luge. Arkadiusz Kowalski in red, in green it is Luis Moreiro, in blue Daniel Blanco. And Arkadiusz gets the best of the starts. Daniel Blanco pushing hard, but it keeps going a little bit longer than the first 2 riders, settles into 3rd place. But Arkadiusz Kowalski in top spot into turn number 1. And just as we thought, Owen, it's a little tighter than semi-final 1.
Yes, indeed. I think you also got to see a great example of why the push lanes are a crucial thing there. You know, Daniel had a great push off the line there, and even pushed a little longer, but being on the right side, even when he tucked in, couldn't tuck in better than 3rd. Oh, and we're starting to see a little bit of a spread here.
Now, Kowalski was quick yesterday, but we've got a real battle for this second spot.
Oh, let's see, Daniel.
Is Blanco going to go on the inside? That was a superb pass. Love that move.
Yeah, love a draft and pass right there. Beautiful slingshot. Took a lot of speed off that pass, too. You can see he pulled away from him immediately.
He's got a size advantage over Moreiro in 3rd, but Moreiro can move that board quickly through turn 6 here.
We might see...
Oh, Daniel Blanco just hanging on.
Yep, and Luis exactly taking advantage of that nimbleness through the technical corners. But now as we enter back into the long straights, you know, we'll see...
Yeah, if I'm Moreiro, I want to be sitting in Blanco's slipstream here through this section.
Yep.
Just wait, bide your time. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yep.
Kowalski is ahead now.
I think we might see him pull in this straight right here. Oh, no, seems to have lost the slipstream.
Blanco's got the speed, and he's eyeing up 1st place. Nice improvement from day 1 to day 2 for Daniel Blanco. If he keeps this up, he's going to be in the final. Moreiro has got a lot of work to do on the bottom half of the course. The gap is building and building. He may have to rely on a mistake, which we don't want to see from anybody. But Kowalski still in the lead through this long sweeping left-hand turn. The finish line not quite in sight.
Oh, but Daniel really pulled away from him there. I think what you saw there is, you know, as they went over the crack, it looked like Luis got the worse of the 2 impacts on the crack, and it looked like that lost him a bit of speed and pulled him out of the slipstream, which allowed Daniel to just sort of run away from him down that straight. And I don't think we're going to see another pass before the line.
No, that is Kowalski coming through across the line. He takes it. He's in the big final, and Daniel Blanco gives us a thumbs up across the line. His son's celebrating as well, which is so nice to see just in front of the big screen.
Oh, yeah, he's getting real hyped.
Oh, there's some hugs around as well. That is awesome. That's what it's about.
That brings a smile to your face,
yeah,
doesn't
he's
it?
going to be pumped when he gets through to the big final. So we got our lineup for the luge final. It's going to be Abdel Madzan, Andreas Kowalski. Abdel will wear red. Daniel Blanco and Andrew Spate are going to be the 4 racing in the big final. Should say we got a few cars at the bottom just to ship people over to the gondola.
Yeah, there's a
working.
little
We've
bit
not
of
heard anything about that, so it must be working.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, it's only about, let's say, 500 meters from the shutdown point to the base of the gondola, but it is uphill enough that you can't roll through. And, on a weekend like this, you got to conserve your legs as much as possible. So having the pickup truck shuttles is a real nice touch and sort of expedites the whole process as well.
Just makes it all easier, keeps things moving. Well, Q3 will be coming up in a moment.
Who do we have first in the lineup?
I'll find it for you. It's going to be
Bouclier.
Andreas Bouclier,
Yeah.
followed by Antoine Carlotti, Wdsc Türkiye, Gregor Schwab, Stefano Barbizzi.
Oh, and we got Andreas on the line already.
Yeah, he is ready to go. Well, Will Stevenson's there, just keeping everyone moving.
Yep. Got a schedule to maintain.
Well, let's. I think they're just going to just keep on moving. Any chance of us going for a nice, relaxing lunch today, Owen, is it's long gone. So we'll try again at dinner.
Thankfully, I ate breakfast, so.
Yeah, I've managed that all 3 days I've been here so far, which is a big improvement for me in general. So this is where it all counts for these top 8 riders. I'll give you the top 8 again. Bouclier, as you can see on screen, will be first to go. Then Antoine Carlotti, 2 Frenchmen, Wdsc Türkiye from the Czech Republic, Gregor Schwab from Switzerland, Stefano Barbizzi from Italy, Alexandros Suganakis from France, Harry Clark from Australia, and Diego Poncelet from Spain. The top 8, pole position, the red bibs, or the red leg sleeves. Giving you my old snowboard cross terminology, I apologise. Sorted out for this one run for these top 8. So if you fell on turn 1, the worst you can do is 8th for these guys. So if you're struggling to follow the new form qualification formula at home, if my voice starts to go, it's because I'm getting colder. So I apologize for that.
The other thing that's important to remember, too, is that, as we said, if there's a tie in the points at the end of the weekend, the fastest qualifying time from both days will, they'll use the fastest qualifying times to do a tiebreaker. So right now, the riders have a chance to really set the fastest times they can to put themselves in the best position to possibly, come out on the winning side of that tiebreaker. So
it
bigger
all
than
counts.
just the one race.
Yeah, it all counts. There's someone with trying to paraglide next to us on the left-hand side. I know you. Well, you can see it on screen. You can see the paraglide. Oh, it's gone. Sorry, guys. But it's all action here. You can do it all. I've seen someone on a road bike. It's quite a cool hill for road biking as well, if you like going uphill in Lycra.
Yeah, that didn't look as
Diego
fun
likes
as
to go
going
downhill
down.
in Lycra.
Yeah.
I bet he road bikes as well. So I think we're just waiting on the OK, checking the timing. Is there going to be a new timing link? I've got it ready for Q3. I'm not sure if that's a question or a statement that's come through on my phone, but
yes, we are.
I've given it a thumbs up to signal that we are.
Here's Andreas on the line. And
They
he's
weren't
off.
were they waiting for us there? They must have been. I don't have my phone open that much. So Andreas Bouclier underway. The top 8 Q3 shootout. And he's off. Where's the drone? Now, Antoine Carlotti made it through to the semi-finals yesterday, finished in 8th place. 8th place gives you 35 points. I'm going to have to do some maths later on today. Now we catch up with Bouclier. Oh, he ran that tight.
Oh, that was a wonderful exit. He used all the road right there. Back in tuck, looking quick. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just a little wobble there. See that left hand down, but he's kept that momentum up, and now the key turn. We're going to see it from the bird's eye view. Seen some riders set up that slide a little bit earlier than that, but that was pretty solid.
Yeah, and he didn't hit the traditional apex, but it looked like he took the wide line and absolutely came out of that with a real good bit of speed. Yeah, big thing on a track like this is just to stay nice and composed, and for being only 17 years old, he's showing a lot of composure, which is going to do him very well here. And I believe that's Vashek kicking off the line now.
Yeah, we're sending them down, I think it's at 30-second intervals. So we may miss a rider in the start. But once we get into finals later on today, you're going to see, hopefully, top to bottom of every single run. I'm not seeing a Q3 on my qualification sheet yet, so I'm not able to bring you any times. I'll see if they appear.
I don't know if they've come down yet.
This is Vashek here, yeah.
Opening up a little bit there, but keeping it nice and tight overall. Oh, getting picked up. Who we got here? Still Vashek. Okay, going into turn 4. 6, excuse me. Again, okay, and here's Andreas over the line. All right, so here's our first time of Q3.
We're going to get it. Should be coming in any moment now. So we're still riding with Vashek Vankara from the Czech Republic. Good race for him yesterday. It is a 2:24.64. And Andreas Bouclier has gone quicker every single round. That is what you want to see. Yep. 2:24, maybe not going to hold up for a top position.
You know, maybe not, but that's
it's solid,
yep,
really solid.
That's consistency right there too. You know, that's he's learned from his mistakes and being smoother every time, and that's the best you can really hope for. And that shows real good composure. What are you looking at here? Is this Barbizzi?
Yep, it is indeed.
Barbizzi?
Should be. Yes, he's got his name on his back.
Yep.
I have to say, we are watching off a pretty small monitor here, guys, so apologies if we make a mistake. This should be Carlotti coming across the line.
Carlotti with a little bit of style coming over the line. I'm assuming that's because he made a mistake earlier on, potentially even a crash. And
we'll be able to tell in a minute.
I'm confused.
Yeah, it's a 2:31.87, yeah. So he's had a little incident somewhere.
Yeah.
And that's what this format can do. Yesterday's winner, Alexandra Suganakis. Underway here's Vashek Vankara. The times aren't quite instant across the line, but it will flash up in a few seconds as Suganakis gets underway. Big moment for him in this qualification. We're riding
this is
Barbizzi again.
Entering the big top speed straight away.
2:23.90 for Vashek Vankara. That is by far his quickest run of the day.
Oh, that's a huge improvement right there. Yeah, wow, he put himself, that's a great position to be in right there.
He is in the mix now. And now Harry Clark. Haven't seen a bucket at the side of the course yet. Maybe we'll get that out for him later.
Yeah, it's if you ain't seen it, it's already happened.
It's happened. Gregor Schwab crosses the line. 2:25.19. 100th of a second quicker than Q2. Okay. So consistent across Q2 and Q3's in third place at the moment of the riders that have crossed the line. Harry Clark underway.
Looking great kick off the line right there from Harry. A lot of power.
I was really impressed with his starts yesterday. It was really dialed in, taking that right-hand side.
He's definitely got one of, if not the best kick in the world right now, and you know, he practices that a lot, and that's a strong suit of his. So I'm sure he'd be thrilled to hear that.
So Diego Poncelet will be the last man to go. Stefano Barbizzi crossing the line.
Let's see.
Now we watch the scoreboard as Poncelet is getting ready.
You know, it feels a lot longer than 2.5 minutes.
It certainly does.
Watching the monitor.
Okay, here we go, folks. 2:23.25
wow.
for Barbizzi. That is rapid.
What an improvement again. Barbizzi having himself a morning. So he's sitting provisional pole right now. Vashek in second behind him, and Andreas Bouclier in third. And man, these times are tight right now. But we still got 3 more riders to cross the line that can disrupt everything. So we'll have to wait and see as these times come in. But this is an exciting Q3.
And it's just seeing how close everybody is, and we've still got 3 riders to come, and you're expecting them, barring no mistakes, which we hope they're able to put some clean runs down. We've got our next rider. It's going to be coming across the finish line any moment now through the final turn.
Alexandra
it is Suganakis, yesterday's winner. Can he better 2:23.25?
Oh,
we're waiting, we're watching.
And here's Poncelet on the screen right now. Through corner. Oh, he's in.
Whoa, 2:23.49.
Okay.
Into second place.
Barbizzi still provisional pole. Diego enters the top speed straight away right there. And Clark still on track somewhere. I'm sure we'll see him cross the finish line here in a second. If we can get an angle of that.
So that's the view at the start. We're just watching. We're just reading times out for you now, folks. But I know you want to know them, so we'll bring them to you. I'm going to put my excited voice on to bring some drama to proceedings. There's been a crash out on the course, and now I'm going to tone it back down.
No.
So
All right.
obviously we hope the riders that have on there. So Harry Clark's back on his feet, if it indeed was Harry, but he looked like he
was still
just
going, but we may
cruising.
see. I think we'll be able to tell from the time pretty immediately. If that was him
yeah. So
crashing.
2:37
All right,
for
well.
Harry. So he's gone down. So Harry goes into 7th place, and Diego, the last man on course.
Diego may have gotten red flagged or something of the sort on that run too. So
He's
he
not.
may not be able
Harry's lost not a huge amount of time. I think Diego will be okay. We'll see as Diego Poncelet crosses the line to complete Q3. Now we watch.
Dan Poncelet and what is that?
2:21.31.
That's just incredible.
Abdil's looking on at me going, "Wow, am I going to get beaten by a skater?"
That is just incredible. I'm trying to remember what his time was yesterday, but I know it was in the 22s. So as I said, cold pavement today, and
yeah, you were right. You called it. 2:21.31.
That's incredible. Wow, what a lap from Poncelet. And all right, so we have final standings for the top 8. Diego Poncelet in first place with a 2:21.31, followed by Stefano Barbizzi in second with a 2:23.25, and in third place, yesterday's winner, Alexandros Zoukanakis, with a 2:23.49, followed by Shvankara with a 2:23.9. That's a real tight spread between second and fourth right there. I think we're looking at within 0.7 of a second. And then Andreas Bouclier in fifth, 2:24.6. Gregoire Schwab in sixth with a 2:25.1, and Antoine Carlotti in seventh with a 2:31.6, followed by Harry Clark. Oh, okay, excuse me. We have an interview with Gemma at the line.
We're up and running. I'm here with Will, the race director. A good man to talk to at the moment because we're currently waiting. I think Harry had a little bit of a crash, but he's up and he's okay. Yeah. But what does that mean? Because we've still had a quali going on.
Yeah, so Diego was behind him, and we had to do a red flag on the course because we didn't want Diego to hit Harry after his crash. Obviously, that'll be very bad for both of them. And in doing that, because it's a red flag situation, we can actually do a rerun for Diego's final qualifying run.
Okay, that's good. We want it all to be fair for everybody, don't we? It's important. Talking about being inclusive, I was talking to Andreas earlier, and it's so important to get young people coming in and building a pathway for them to get into the sport and get competitive. I know a lot of people enjoy skateboarding, but actually get into the competitions and compete against international superstars. So how is the WDSC facilitating that?
Well, this is what I've said from the very start with the WDSC. It's very similar to the X Games in like the mid 90s, late 90s. A lot of street lugers, current street lugers and street lugers over the past 20 years saw it on the TV and they wanted to go and give it a go and started going along to small events and researching it. And that's really hopefully going to be bringing in more people. So if you see the WDSC almost like a net that we're throwing out into the ocean to see who we can capture, and even if we can drag in 10%, 5%, 1% of the people that are watching this, that will be a huge amount of numbers increase for us. From the X Games, we've probably had at least 100, 200 riders over the previous years who have gotten into Street Luge after seeing it in that. So that's why these big events are so important. Having a televised series is so important. It's getting it out to as many people as possible. And then what people can do is then start looking around for local crews or look on social media who's in their area. But there's also, we want to do street luge coaches and street luge workshops and also downhill skateboarding. So that can start getting people into it.
Yeah, and you're right, actually. I've been following the comments on the live stream as well, and there's a lot of people saying, oh, I love what I'm seeing, I really want to get involved. So it's good to know that you've thought about that and that there is a way that people can get in touch and go through the ranks. With courses like this, people might be watching and feeling a bit daunted. And so what would you say?
Absolutely, do not do this as a starter hill. So what would be really good is if at one point, if we could get the racers starting to become coaches, because that can also bring them some income and they can do coaching, downhill skateboarder coaching, and coach new people coming in and mentoring them. And then we can have some smaller scale events, which will then become a qualifier series to get into the WDSC. Because eventually this is going to be, we could be in a situation where we have 400, 500, 600 people trying to come to an event, and we can't handle that number. So what we'll have is a separate qualifier series, and that is something that people can build up their skill levels in. So they've seen it on the TV, they've gone and done like a taster day and done some training, they've gone to a small regional event, they've then gone to a bigger national event, they've got a ranking, and then they've been getting to the WDSC. So there's a whole career progression now for people wanting to get into racing.
Yeah, that's great to see. And just bringing it back to here today, to this course, Salim was saying earlier that you were the one that came out here to have a ride of it. You were the first, should we say. So what was your initial impression when you first went out there?
My feet are really hot because I was breaking the entire way down. I couldn't believe it. How have we got such an amazing road in the middle of nowhere going to practically nothing during the summer? It's the perfect location for us. Yeah, all my friends were incredibly jealous that I got to come out and get a sneaky run. All of the old homies at back home were like, "How come you get to do it?" I'm like, "Well,
you've got to get some perks of the job, race director."
I've been here 3 days and I haven't got to ride it a single time. I'm seeing everyone ride it, and it's like, God. But yeah, my first impressions of it was it's fantastic, brilliant location. There's a few hazards, but we can easily mitigate them with the use of straw bales or eliminating them. So there's great potential here in the future for other events as well. And being the first time event, you sometimes have to do the event and then work out where your areas for improvements are. So we've definitely got quite a few to take away from this.
There's been a great amount of collaboration between you and the riders. That is one thing that I've noticed at the two events that I've been to, that you're chatting a lot, you're swapping notes, you're taking on board everything that's being said and vice versa, and I think that's a really important relationship going forward.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not just the events here. So what we've been doing is we have riders meetings every morning, we talk to them about it, they give us feedback, we've got a WhatsApp group. Last night I got a picture of someone, they've screenshotted Google Earth, said, "Oh, we need some bales here." So first thing this morning I was lugging bales and we got them down there. But that's the sort of two-way conversations that we need. And it's the same with when we're not at events, we're always here to talk, more than happy to chat and see what we can do to improve things.
Yeah, and you know, yep, okay, there we go. Very busy man. You were setting hay bales this morning, now you're setting off riders, so I'll leave you to it. But Will, thank you very much. Great work. All right, without any further ado, let's get back to the action.
Well, thank you, Gemma. Unfortunately, there isn't any action right now. We're just waiting. I think the losers are going to do their Consi final next. And then the luge final. Yes, I can hear Will Stevenson, fresh from his interview.
Yeah.
The man that never stops working. Do you know it was his birthday yesterday?
I did not, actually.
It was his birthday. So happy birthday for yesterday, Will.
Happy
we
birthday,
did say we were
Will.
going to talk about it on the live stream.
But he doesn't share these things with us, you know?
No. So now you all know Will's birthday.
You know.
And he came to work on his birthday. I've got to work on my birthday this coming, well, it's not this coming year, it's early January. I'm going to have to go to work.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you, Owen Fox. I'm going to be working on the Four Hills ski jumping. I actually shouldn't have said that. That's not public yet. Well, it's all right. We'll edit that out in post. Delete. I've just given away something I wasn't meant to
Well, you know, that unnamed event sounds like a pretty fun way to spend your birthday.
So Street Luge, Consi final, and big final coming up next. It will be David Frager and Chopras in the small final. But what a good weekend for Chopras, and it's great to have with the podium yesterday. And David's finally got his board. So
yeah, I mean, you know, based on the racing we saw there in that second semifinal heat, I think we're in for a very exciting final.
This is going to be fun.
You know, and you know, I mean, Abdil had just a tremendous lead in that first semifinal, but I think it might be a little tighter here in the finals. And yeah, I mean, what a top four we have, and a dynamic set of riders too. You know, and as we saw earlier, you know, some have advantages in the technical sections and some in the long straight. So should be a knife fight all the way to the end.
But we got. Once you get into finals, though, things start to change. There's a little bit of pressure. So things can all change around you. It's never quite settled. Abdil has been rapid all weekend, especially today as well. He went with he had a 2:31 2:21.34 his quickest time. Diego Poncelet hit a 2:21.31.
Yep.
So
I believe he meant a 2:21.34 too. Yeah, they are separated by 3/100ths of a second, which between a skater and a luge
let's have a race between Abdil and Diego.
It would just be that.
Abdil's go, yeah, all right. yeah, super tight.
3/100.
Yeah. We're just talking to Abdil right now, which we shouldn't really do when we're on a live stream.
Abdil's looking at us, smiling, shaking his head. You know, he can't believe it. But
it shows you just how good quality of the riders that we've got here and how much they're throwing down in qualifying. It's only going to get better when we get into the heats as well for the open stand-up a little bit later on. We did have a practice run before finals yesterday. Looking at the timings, I don't know if we're going to do that today.
Don't know.
But again, we're on a live stream, so I could just shout it across to somebody and they'll eventually tell us. But as you can see, that's the section. Oh, look, we're on camera. Wave. We're on camera. There we are. Hey, guys.
There we are.
That's the first time in my career. They tend to just lock me in a room on my own, talk about stuff.
Yeah.
It's just nice to be outside, see what's going on.
We're right here in the action, right in the midst of it. You know?
And I should probably get my WDSC polo shirt on because I've had to put a warm jacket on, so we'll just still got 2 more jackets to add if I need it.
I think I only got one, but
we could share the
shirt.
shirt.
The sun, as we're saying this, the sun is starting to come out.
Yeah.
So
I think the rain.
1, that's nice for us, but 2, that may end up impacting the track. If it stays out like this, the track may start to heat up, and we'll start to see, a little bit of change in how the braking points are and what the wheels can pull for grip. So we'll keep you updated on that. You should also be able to see it on the live stream. Might not be as gray if the sun stays out.
It's just brightening up a little bit. It's all nice. There's a lot of cameras around us right now. You can see Suganakis talking to David Frager. There, we're just waiting to get the lugers have been called, so hopefully we're going to get some. Yeah, they're being called into the start line. So we're going to have the Consi final first. Luis Morevo will be in green, David Frager in red, and then the luge final. Then there is Daniel Blanco from Argentina, stoked on making it through to the final. Yes. He's not done yet.
No,
he is not done yet.
No, he's not.
But that's coming up a little later.
Yeah, and what a turnaround. Yesterday, heartbreaking for him, to be the one man not in the finals. So, we love to see what a change for him, and he's right in the fight today.
Andrew Spates talking with Abdel Madzan on camera. Spate finished 4th yesterday. Dinner with him a couple of nights and shared a car ride as well. So Consi finals in the start. We're going to be on drone from start to finish. This is the battle for 5th and 6th. Very happy Daniel Blanco, pumped up, ready for the final.
Excuse me there, I was just conversing with Harry Clark on the sidelines. Him and all of the other riders right now are doing sort of a wheel inventory, and they're gauging what they're going to be riding for the next couple runs. So,
if you're going to win the race or make it, as soon as you hit the semi-finals, that's 3 runs you've got to do.
Yep.
So good to get that done now.
So as the losers are prepping, the stand-up skaters are either down here, but most of them actually, I think they've all disappeared back up to the staging area, and that's what they'll be doing up there. Wrenching on their gear and preparing for the first round of racing.
Yeah, taking on a bit of food, I imagine, as well. I think we just keep on rolling today. Let's get it done. We can eat later, but the riders have got a bit of time to grab a snack. So
get a couple carbohydrates in them.
We should be jumping onto the drone for this Consi final. David Frager. And there it is. There's the drone. So Consi final, 5th and 6th. Up for grabs here. Luis Morevo on the left, David Frager on the right, and Morevo on that inside line.
Yep.
Yeah, he's had the advantage of having a lot more runs on this course, but Frager's a quality competitor. He's learned this course fast.
Yes,
He kept Abdil up last night watching videos, trying to get as much as he could out of it.
Well, and that shows, for performing the way he is right now with 0 days of practice is absolutely incredible.
He's hugged a really tight line there, and he's now kind of catching up with Morevo. He's got the speed here. He could just blast past them, but they are shoulder to shoulder here going into this next turn. David Frager just squeezes ahead. Great pass.
Yep. Oh, and he's tucking in. Luis, you can see, is hugging the inside again. He's trying to get back into the slipstream going into corner 6 here. David's starting to pull away. Let's see if Luis can make up the distance here in this technical corner that he is so good at.
So into turn number 6, and Luis Morevo just hugging that tight line, and David Frager pushes it wide there. That was impressive from the Frenchman, but Luis Morevo's not going anywhere. He's still in touch, probably just about a 1/10 of a second between them on the road through this long, straight section. You've just got to keep fighting, keep the man in front in your sights.
And here they go. They're entering the, this is where the crack is in corner 8. Oh,
Boom.
You can see, and they're through clean, it looks like. But David's starting to pull away as they enter. This is really the top speed zone right here, so you can see the gap. You know, the time gap may be the same, but the physical gap is larger as the speeds are increasing.
Such a fast section of the course through turn number 9. David Frager really pulling away. Still a bit of this racetrack left. You can get such great visuals. You can see that the road is the same width all the way down. There's a lot of road to use as well. David Frager still has the lead here. Morevo's not giving up yet. And now this straight section is so tough for all of the riders here. It is an absolute blast down the hill through the final turn, and David Frager is going to come across the line, and he wins the Consi final, finishes in 5th place. Morevo, a good weekend's work. He ends up in 6th place, but he was on the podium yesterday, taking that 3rd place. Our friend Luis Rabanal just standing next to us, also from Peru, just giving a nod of the head. It was a nice moment, and thank you guys in Peru for tuning in.
Oh, yeah, thank you guys. I'm sure Luis is not super hyped about a 6th place finish today, but the 3rd place yesterday collectively, I'm sure he'll get some nice points of the weekend. We don't have the numbers in front of us immediately,
we will do in a minute.
We'll have them for you just in a second. But now as the drone is going back up, I think they may be changing a battery, but we're starting to line up for the main final of the luge. We've got Abdil, Kowalski, Spate, and Blanco lining up. Abdil will be the one in the red sleeve, lining up, our pole sitter and our #1 sitter, and yesterday's race winner. He's in the white suit with the red sleeve. And here we see the gondola overlooking the mountain as everyone's sort of getting ready for this next run. I believe these are our drone pilots. You can see on screen right now as they change batteries.
How are you feeling?
A bit battered and bruised, but still in fighting fit form to carry on through to the final. Can put it all into this because I've only got this race to do. Managed 4th place yesterday, so I'm equal with what I was yesterday.
You sound like you're in a great mindset and you're just going to go out there and enjoy it if you can.
That's what it's all about, enjoying it. Like you say, at my age, it's all about the enjoyment and creating memories.
Brilliant. Andy, good luck out there. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Exciting stuff. Well, stay tuned. I think they're setting off imminently. So, Ian, Owen, back to you.
Thanks, Gemma. Final for the men's, for the luge coming up. So luge final just warming up. It was good to hear from Andrew Spate. He's in the final again. 4th yesterday. Can he go one better? We will find out. He was 4th in Cappadocia last year. Making the trip to Turkey again. Slept in the airport like I did the other night. He's sleeping in the airport tomorrow night as well. I'm not. I'm getting home in one go.
You got to applaud the dedication, really.
He loves it. He loves it. So apologies whilst I forward some documents to myself so that I can keep track of the brackets later on. We've got to do some sharing because that's how we do things. Just got to quickly work everything out, email things to myself from WhatsApp so I can get it on the laptop. I've even got potentially some screenshots coming through as well. If we have to rely on that, we'll have to rely on that. But
you just saw on screen David Spate getting his GoPro situated on his head. All of the racers here are running GoPros, and we use that, one, for great content, but two, in the case of sort of any protest or incident or crash, we can go back and review that footage and make a marshalling decision based on the footage. So helps us keep a really nice, clean racing here and make the smart marshalling decisions.
Well, folks, don't go anywhere because the stand-up riders have been called to the start. So we're not going to have an unnecessary break or any more practice runs. We're just going to keep on trucking through. So we're going straight into it with the... It's hard work for the riders, isn't it? Some of them have done 3 quali runs. Everyone's done 2. Practice this morning was a little bit longer.
Yep.
But we got a race. The time is ticking on. We got about two hours. Yeah, it starts to get unsafe to race without the lights on after about 5 o'clock. So we got to keep on moving here.
Yeah, it's definitely exhausting, both mentally and physically, but part of the challenge. And yeah, I would definitely rather be a little tired in finals than, as you said, racing in the dark.
Yeah.
So,
well, the hill is floodlit.
It is.
So we could turn the lights on.
It is,
but it's not floodlit enough.
No, and definitely a change too. It's going at the speeds we're going. I think with the floodlights could be a
bit of a challenge.
Quite an experience. Yeah.
So luge final. Abdelmadzam wears the red sleeves. He's on the left of your screen. Daniel Blanco in blue. Andrew Spate with the yellow. And Arkadiusz Kowalski in green. He's on the far right-hand side as we all look at it now. So there's the start beeper. It's a strong push again from Abdelmadzam and Andrew Spate, who's been working on that push, trying to fight to get into second place. Daniel Blanco right on the shoulder of Andrew Spate. What a battle into that first turn. We need to jump onto the drone pretty quickly.
Yeah. And that was a great push off the line from Kowalski, too, all the way on the right side. You could see, that's definitely the worst lane to be in, but he managed to put himself right up there in a position to battle for second immediately. So we can get the drone up. We should be able to see what's going on.
Apologies for this, folks. We're just hoping to catch the drone as soon as possible, but the final underway. Abdelmadzam had the best of the starts. And we're just frantically running around, panicking, waving hands in the air. So sorry, folks.
And
well, yeah.
Well,
we're back on the drone, so let's get a look. Abdel, I think, is clear.
There's Daniel Blanco.
Oh, Blanco into the bales. Andrew Spate passes him. Just try and look ahead. If you look further ahead on the road, I'll keep an eye on Abdel. I'll keep an eye on Andrew Spate, sorry.
No, I can't see anything ahead, but Andrew's looking nice and clean through the straightaway. I hope Danny's all right.
Yeah, that was a pretty nasty one.
Yeah, he went pretty deep into those bales, but I will say, as someone that hit him yesterday, they're nice and soft. It's pretty good hay bales to hit.
I've got to say, they've done a good job on dressing this hill.
Little wiggle over the crack, handled it nicely. Back into the long righty. Andrew looking nice and smooth.
Yeah, he's been progressing, a relatively late starter in this sport, but we're riding with Andrew Spate. Now, I don't know, I have to be honest, I don't know if Madzan's up ahead here or something else has happened. So we're just riding with Andrew Spate right now, and the drone's following him, which suggests, now we got a bit more action. So
I think that might be Kowalski.
Kowalski chasing Madzan, perhaps. We're onto the second drone. No, it's not Madzan, is it?
Kowalski chasing Spate.
There's Abdelmadzam. He is going to come across the line and take it. He goes 2 for 2 this weekend.
Yep, and we got a drag race into the last chicane here. Kowalski chasing down Spate, see if he can make a pass on the line. He's closing that gap pretty quickly.
This is going to be super tight towards the line. Can Andrew Spate hold on for second? Yes, he does, and Kowalski in third place. Well, it was worth the wait.
It was. Kowalski really made that good at the end. He took a large gap and made it not very large at the end. So Great racing from those guys. Abdil just, dominant again as he was yesterday. He's such a powerhouse, and it really is just an honor to get to watch him excel as well as he is right now.
A master of the luge. It means unofficially, provisionally, of course. Provisionally, got to say that. Abdel Madzan is the 2023, I just had to check the year.
Yeah.
2023 world champion, going 2 for 2 this weekend. 200 points for him. I'm going to work it all out quickly. They're getting lined up for the first of the heats. We'll run through that in a second. And now I'm just going to have to do some fast maths here.
Yeah, I mean, what a flawless weekend for Abdil. Pole position both days by a dominant margin. I was almost going to say, the fastest, but off by 300ths, but almost the fastest lap overall of the entire weekend. And then 2 first-place finishes and finals. Absolutely a clinic he's putting on. And, he deserves it. He puts in so much work, and he's just a meticulous rider. He takes everything into consideration.
Preparation is off the charts,
Absolutely.
isn't it? And he's taken all the data.
Yep. He arrived in Turkey, I know, days before most everybody else, and to sort of avert the jet lag and sort of get himself into the best possible mental and physical state he could be. And you just watch that pay off. Clear as day. So congratulations to Abdil on a race well won.
So there's the view back in the start. Let's hope Daniel Blanco's all okay. Disappointment for him. You got to tell me. If I don't know, I'll keep talking. Yeah. I'm commentating, but I'm looking here, I'm looking there, so I'm not always after the race. I'm not always there. Yeah, I'm not here. So good to hear. Hopefully you all heard that from Abdel Madzan, the winner of both races this weekend, the 2023 world champion. By my medium-paced maths, Kowalski will take second in the world championship on 152 points, and Andrew Spate will finish in third place on 141 points, which he is going to be absolutely stoked about. So we're getting ready now for the quarterfinals in the open stand-up. Quarterfinal number 1. Diego Pons. every heat you look at, you go, ooh, that one's tough.
Yeah.
That one's tough.
Oh yeah, absolutely incredible.
Wait, we're gonna hear from Andrew Spate.
Okay.
Are we together? We together? Maç kime taktın?
Diego Pons.
Abi one check 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 bir şey soracağım. Hey sorry bir daha alalım mı aynı adamı? Bir daha alalım mı? Bir daha alıyorum abi, bir daha alacağım adamı. Ses geliyor mu? Again, sorry.
Stefano Barbizzi, Antoine Carlotti, Boemil Sefma and Lisa Peters. For Dan, okay. So we are getting ready for the quarterfinals, but there is an ambulance on course, and it will be for Daniel Blanco. He went in pretty hard, as we saw, and we just hope all is okay. But the ambulance is with him at the moment.
It did look like he sort of entered the bales at an angle where he shot through them instead of bouncing off them, which is unoptimal. But it did look like they slowed him down quite a bit, so hoping everything's all right. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Just check.
Fingers crossed.
If we get an update, we'll let you know. But most important thing is the ambulance does its job there. Are we brave enough to make some picks? I'm not. I don't want to make picks on this course. It's it can be so open. Further.
Yeah, I mean, and it's tough too. You know, I mean, anything can happen. You know, there's the usual suspects. I mean, it's easy to, you know, you look on the qualifying sheet and you can say all the top 4, but you know, as we saw yesterday, craziness can happen from round 1. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. But
in many ways, almost like the qualifying. Yeah, it helps with your lane choice, but it doesn't matter now. You just be fast, get a good push.
Yep.
And you can, unless we've got a tie later on in this championship standings, you can't do anything about that now.
Yep.
So it's just all about racing well. And there's some people who are better qualifiers than they are racers. Some people are better racers than they are qualifiers.
Absolutely.
So, it's all to play for.
Yep. Yeah, and you know, you'll see at races where there's a larger rider base, 64 riders. The qualifying matters a whole lot more because you have a lot more heats to run through, and situating yourself well in the bracket with a good qualifying position can make it so much easier for you to get to the hyper competitive, semifinals or finals or even quarterfinals. But here, when you have, we got 16 skaters, all of world class caliber. That first round out the gate. I mean, you have race winners in every single heat here already. And by semifinals, I mean, any of these quarterfinals could be finals heats, never mind the semifinals. So, it's exciting. And nerve-wracking at the same time for these riders. I mean, they're standing on the line here, and they know nothing is going to be given to them. They have to take every inch of this track.
Yeah. Yes, thank you everybody out here in Turkey for making all this possible. It's been such an amazing time. We've had such a good time, all good, clean fun, and thank you for enabling us to come here and just skate such an awesome hill. Thank you to all the competitors and all the people street luging. We just had the street luge final, managed to get second place behind Abdul as usual, but some really good racing going on all day. Thank you.
Okey, aldım ben bunu. Bora, ben aldım. Okey miyiz?
Andrew Spates. Britain's riders in the start just waiting on getting a green course, but important we deal with any injuries first and make sure any injured parties are safe and secure before getting on with the racing, and ensuring ambulances are back where they need to be as well. Thankfully, the road allows us to do that. And yesterday, I think another ambulance came up and met at the bottom, and ambulance is back up the hill, so we can
Tamam mı? Okey miyiz?
moving nicely throughout the race.
Yeah, having the whole second road, essentially, the parallel road,
handy,
makes it for a very easy way to run vehicles up and down and get things where they have to be while keeping the track closed and safe for skaters. So it's a real luxury we have at this track, and something I haven't actually seen at any other track in the world, I don't believe.
And it's a tough hill, but it's got a lot of positives. Sticks around a race, and that can make life just a little bit easier.
Yep.
I was just keeping an eye to see if we were going to have an interview, but it doesn't look like we are, though. Gemma's lurking with a microphone, as she does.
She's looking around for her next victim.
Looking. She's coming our way. Quick, hide. We don't want to talk.
And you'll see all the skaters now getting their colored leg bands.
That was a good one.
Red first, green second, blue third, and yellow fourth seed in that heat. So you'll see, for example, Barbizzi here with the red sleeve on. He'll be the first seed in quarterfinal number 4. And that's sort of just to help us here in the box and you guys at home identify the riders a little bit better and a little bit quicker, so we know who's making what moves and who's where on track.
Absolutely. We've been hoping to test it for a while now, but today's our first chance to actually see it on camera. We're going to be on the drones. They are changing batteries, charging batteries every chance that they can.
Yeah, I mean, seems like the drones are burning
So
through
we're going to go over to Gemma.
The quarterfinals for the men's stand-up underway. So let's have a chat. I can see Luis Rabanal over here. Luis, hello.
Hi,
how are you doing?
Great, feeling fine today.
You are very calm, is something that I've noticed over this weekend. Your approach to racing is very zen, very just go with the flow. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with myself right now, what I'm doing. Obviously, you feel the nerves, but being able to control it pretty well, being pretty calm on the qualifying hits, just being focused on what I have to do and not focusing on other things, like the hay bales.
Yes, so what do you make of the course? I've been asking various skaters, so it's good to get your perspective.
What do I think about the track?
Yes.
Well, for sure it's a real challenge for everyone. I think it's the ones that's challenging the most of all the tracks that we have raced before. So definitely it's something else. You're going up for more than 100 kilometers per hour, drifting really fast, gripping into corners super fast. And for sure, racing is going to be really, really, really on fire today. But yeah, it's what we need, it's what the sport is approaching to. And I think that tracks like this are going to level up a lot the level of the riders too,
Absolutely. And we were talking earlier about you've put a big emphasis during training on your mindset. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I have this mental coach. Her name is Jessica Galdos. She actually is an Olympic coach. And she helps me a lot with what I have to be thinking properly, because you get all these thoughts on your mind when you're racing, when you're under pressure, and that doesn't help you a lot. So you gotta be able to control your thoughts, So being conscious about what you're thinking all the time, and just be calm, be present, be feeling everything you gotta feel, and don't be like anxious or thinking anything else but the moment and what you're doing. So I think taking that as the major concern while racing give you a real advantage overall, because pressure is a lot, so you need to manage it.
Yes, absolutely. It's a great approach to have. And just finally, tell us a little bit about One Push. We've been talking a lot about safety and being careful out there on the course, and I know that One Push do a lot for safety in skating.
Yeah, well, One Push is a brand that me and my friend Eduardo Suarez founded a few years ago. We were focusing on approaching the safety on the sport, on the free rides, and also on events, using the communication system with radios. I think it's very important because normally we use open tracks to train, so cars are a little bit of an issue. So we need to use radios, and we are teaching the community in Peru and in South America how to do it, trying just to spread the knowledge so everyone can ride safe. And I'm really happy that the WDSC is doing this kind of events with this level of protection, because having more than 4,000 hay bales is obviously putting a statement on where the sport should be in a safety matter, So I'm grateful for that, and just keep pushing with One Push so we can spread the knowledge, and let everybody just ride safe.
Absolutely. Great message. Thank you. Good luck out there, Lewis. Have fun. All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Great stuff. Okay, let's see. Tom, are you happy to have a quick chat? I know you're sort of gazing into the distance there. Talk us through your weekend so far, because I know you had a bit of an injury yesterday, so talk us through that.
Yeah, so day one, pretty good. I really had so much fun on this track. So but for yesterday, during the first quali, I had a super fast crash, at 90 or 100. Yeah, and that blew my brand new suit open.
Wow.
So I had a pretty big road rash on my knee. So which now I just duct taped it, and then
Look at this extra padding here. I don't know if you can see.
so it's just some contingency plan. But it constrains my mobility quite a lot. So I will see how I can
I did see it.
Skate, so I can still skate. So
I won't let this like stop me from skating. So yeah.
Yeah, and I did see it earlier. It did look nasty, but I've got to say, you know, having a crash at that speed, you actually got off pretty lightly.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, no concussion. Like really, the track protection here really like helped me from getting serious injury. So yeah, this racetrack is definitely some top class stuff. Yeah, but also with the track protection, which is pretty good. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here. Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic to hear. Look, good luck out there. Enjoy it, and well done for bouncing back so quickly from that. All right, all the best. Okay, so. Few people with various injuries, I have to say. I think we spoke to Harry. No, who did we speak to earlier? Someone who had a bad foot, but I think they're persevering anyway. Harry, are you in one piece at the moment?
I mean, physically, yes. Emotionally, damaged.
Okay, expand on that a little bit.
Nah, I just bended again on my Q3 run. Same as yesterday. I'd put all the eggs in the basket in Q1 and left nothing for Q3 and just, you know, pushed too hard and. Yeah, now I'm 8th, so that's cool.
So where's your head at? I mean, you know, you've got quarterfinals. What's the vibe?
The quarterfinals, yeah, because I'm 8th, I rock up on the top side of the bracket. So I've got my first heat with Vasek, and then the second round, if I make it through, it will be me, Vasek, and Diego. And we know how that went yesterday. So that should be exciting again in round 2. But yeah, really for me at the moment, it's just trying to keep my head focused and, you know, make sure I meet my breaking point. Because I've just been trying to push so hard. Like, the bar's been set pretty high. I mean, like, you've seen Diego's times all weekend. He's been really pushing us all. And I got within 3/10 of them in Q2. So I was pretty confident that I could have him, and then just ate the bales, and he dropped to 31, and it was just like, bloody hell. But, you know, it's what it is.
You push on. And you've got to pace yourself as well, haven't you, with that motivation and things. So right now you're just chilling, just waiting for the moment to gear up again and get out.
Yeah, just trying to make it through the first round and then, you know, then start seeing like where everyone's at and then formulate a plan to get me back to finals and hopefully on the podium again.
Awesome. All the best, Harry. Thanks for chatting. Okay, so I believe let's go and chat with Will and just get a quick update on what the situation is. Will, where are we at the moment? What's happening?
So we're about to start the quarterfinals for open downhill skateboarding. So we've got 4 rounds of 4, head-to-head racing down this track. It's going to be great.
Awesome. And are we still waiting on a green course currently?
Yeah, we're just doing a course check and just check and make sure everything's safe. There's a big crash in the Street Luge final, so we're just having to rebuild one of the corners at the moment.
Do we have any updates on that?
I think we're actually ready to go now.
Perfect. All right. Well, on that note, quick little look at our riders as they're about to head out. And Ian, I'll hand over to you.
Ready to go. The course is green. Understanding Daniel Blanco is going to head to hospital after his crash in the men's in the luge final. So we wish him all the best for that. Hopefully nothing too serious. I've heard rumours about a dislocated shoulder, but I must stress they are rumours. We don't want to speculate too much, but wish him all the best. That's the important thing.
Yeah. Honestly thankful too. I mean, dislocated shoulders, if that is what it is, you know, they're a pretty common injury in the sport and never fun. Honestly, pretty painful, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty all right injury.
Could
and
be worse.
You know, sort of makes me breathe a sigh of relief to hear that it's that and not something else.
Yeah, because it looked a little bit innocuous, but as you said, the way he went in, almost through the bales. So riders are getting lined up for the first of the quarterfinals. 4 quarterfinals, top 2 into the semi-finals, and then obviously top 2 in the semi-finals into the finals, 3rd and 4th into the Consi final. Diego Poncelet, the top qualifier, going 2:31 in the in Q3, the quickest time I think we've seen all weekend on this course. Absolutely rapid, but this is a new race.
Yep.
This is a new race. It is head-to-head. It's what I've been wanting to bring all weekend since I landed here. It feels like a month ago, Thursday morning. This is what I've been up for doing. So let's hope the drones work. Let's hope everything works and we can bring you some quality action.
Yeah, I don't want to miss a second of any of these heats right now. This is about to be electric top to bottom. As you said, you know, Diego came out with just honestly a jaw-shattering time or a mind-shattering time. I don't know where that one
Jaw
came
shatter.
from.
I love it. I love it.
But you know, no stand-up skater coming even close. I mean, Abdil's the only person in the 21s with him. But as we said earlier, that goes out the window right now. You know, all it takes is Andreas or Jack or any of these people on the line with him to have a good kick, and they're right in it with him. And you know, Diego's not going to be able to run the way he can in a qualifying if one of them gets the kick on him. So see how she goes, but we're just going to have to wait for them to get set on the line here.
So we got a green course. We are ready to go. It's just gone 12 minutes past 3 local time here in Erzincan, Turkey. Big thank you to everyone that's helped put the event on, all the marshals from the university that are doing a good job out on the course as well. Couldn't do it with them. So thank you to Erzincan, thank you to Turkey for hosting us, for having us. But this is what we want to see. If you're in the town square in Erzincan and you understand what I'm saying, make some noise. Let's get the town square rocking in Erzincan, because it is about to get crazy up here on the hill. It is rock and roll time. We are going to go with the first quarterfinal, hopefully any minute now. We've got Diego Poncelet in red, Andreas Bouclier in green, Jack Plummer in blue, Thomas in yellow. They are lined up. We're on the drone already.
Yeah, well, we're not going to miss a second of this. There seems to be a
maybe
pause.
A little issue.
Waiting for the
You can
timing
see
beeps.
Jack's standing up tall. I wonder if his foot is still giving him some problems. It will be giving him problems.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also interesting to note the different starting positions people use. We can see Andreas and Diego using the sort of the sprinter start with their hands on the ground, whereas Tom and Jack are favoring the the uptight with the hands not on the ground. There's constantly been a debate on what's better or what's faster off the line, but really just comes down to personal preference.
So I think we're going to just redo the start procedure. Here we go. Ooh, Thomas almost jumping it there, but we'll see how things go at the end. Maybe they'll bring it. They're not going to make a change.
Looks
but
like he's got a little wobble there as he's getting back in tuck.
So it's Diego gets out in front, Plummer and Bouclier in that battle for second place, but Jack Plummer just tucking in nicely in that slipstream behind Diego Poncelet. And Thomas at the back, Thomas at the back of the pack right now.
Yeah, Diego, nice and smooth in. We'll see.
Diego really pinching the line nicely, and he's just pulled away a little bit, opening up a small gap of over Jack Plummer, who's still running in second place, with Bouclier in third. Thomas a little bit further back right now, but we want to focus on what's happening at the front of the race. Still in contention.
Oh, and Bouclier coming up around the outside, you know. He's, he's making the pass. And he's up into second on Jack.
What a beautiful move from Bouclier.
And he's got a lot of speed coming out of that pass, too. He's closing the gap to Diego as we're coming into corner 6 here.
Bouclier I think he's been really sensible there. Didn't take too much risk. Diego in the lead, Bouclier in second, Jack Plummer still in third place, and this is where maybe it can just stretch out a little bit here, but Bouclier finished in 5th place yesterday and looking good again in the semi-final. But Jack Plummer's not out of this race.
No, he's not. And, now we're into the top straight here. Jack's got a weight advantage on Bouclier, too, so this is where he'll be able to reel him back in and maybe go for another pass. That gap's starting to shrink a little bit as they make it through the crack. Oh, Tom with a little wobble. He makes it through nice and clean, though. Can't really see.
Well, Poncelet still out in front. This is where he can really use his qualifying lines and things. He's not going to worry too much about the tactics. Bouclier still in second. Jack Plummer in touch, but he's running out of racetrack as Poncelet now has a big gap over Bouclier in second. And Bouclier starting to put a gap on Plummer.
Yeah, that was a great line from Bouclier through corner 10. Really a make-or-break corner right there. Kept it nice and smooth, and I don't know if Jack's going to be able to reel him back in here.
As you said, he's got the weight advantage, but he's maybe just too far back at the moment, as Poncelet can see the final little kink to the right. He is going to be into the semi-finals. He stands up. He's got the time to do it. Bouclier in second place. Jack Plummer in third.
And
it goes to the seedings. Thomas coming through in fourth. Well, really good to see all 4 riders across the line safely.
Yep.
Cracking start as well.
Yeah, that was some great racing right there. You know, Bouclier with a great move to take second from Jack in, what was that, corner 8, I believe? No.
It was a little
I think
before.
it was corner 4.
Yeah,
corner
4.
Yeah, but that was a great move. Very calm. You know, he took his time. He had a great exit out of corner 2 and used that speed beautifully and waited for the right moment to make the move and not let Jack get back on him. So well done from Bouclier.
Yeah, really good run. We talked, we picked him up a little earlier on.
Yep.
At 17 years old, impressive rider, and he's backed it up again today. Now into the first of the semi-finals. So Poncelet and Bouclier into semi-final 1, and they're going to be up against Vasek Vankara or Harry Clark or Olav Öy or Luis Rabonal. That is going to be tasty.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really good one. We had both Vasek and Harry Clark in finals yesterday. They were a little bit of a pile-up. Both of them had some, you know, a little bit of contact, not with each other, but separately, but all in corner 6, I believe. Yeah, the big second right. Yep. So let's see if, you know, have no contact on this one. But this will be a good race. Vasek, hailing from the Czech Republic, he has been flying all weekend. I mean, putting pace down in qualifying and on race pace. He's a real technical skater, one of the most technically proficient skaters, I think, in the world, and he's just excelling on this track, and he's really showing what he's worth.
There's a good group coming through out of the Czech Republic.
Yep,
yeah, there's, I think, some strong racers from there, big scene.
There's a couple of them here, and they're all showing out really hard. Bumil in the 4th heat is also from the Czech, and yeah, they showed out this weekend. We love to see it.
All right, here we go. We're getting lined up for quarterfinal number 2. So Vasek Vankara qualified in 4th place. He wears the red leg sleeves, taking that middle left lane, as I would call it. To his left, Olav Öy qualified in 9th, just missed out on the top 8 shootout, but probably enjoyed the break. He's got the blue. Harry Clark in green from Australia, taking middle right, and Luis Rabonal in yellow. Doesn't get a choice. Sometimes that's the best way. Just take what you're given.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a great point, too, about Olav. You know, he, you know, the riders all want to make the top 8, but Olav having that rest period, he's got some fresher legs than the 2 guys in the middle, and that actually could come into play here. You know, this is an exhausting track to skate, and having that little bit of extra juice could come in handy
help.
for him.
He's a tall guy. He's a powerful guy. You see him going through his warm-ups, really focused, really detailed, what he does before every race as well, and he'll have used that time wisely. Maybe just had a sleep, because when you've got a newborn at home,
Yeah.
you've got to take what you can get. But it looks like we are just about under starters orders. Will Stevenson's got his brand new megaphone there, which he's really proud of.
You got to make sure we hear him.
He loves it.
Loud and clear.
So here we go, quarterfinal 2. Vankara, Clark, Öy, and Rabonal. Yeah, I thought Harry Clark maybe went. Oh no, that's not what we want to see out of the start. So we're going to rerun that. That's one of the ones that hurts.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have any. We can't quite hear what is being said, but to my eye, I think Harry maybe jumped it. What do you think?
I believe he jumped it, yep, and called himself on it, you know, as Will called it at the same time. So the rule here is you get 1 false start, and like if Harry false starts again, he'll be DQ'd. Knowing him, I don't think he'll be doing that again. You know, he'll be real cautious to make sure he waits for the beep this time. Looked like Olav had a little spill there as they were coming to a stop, but looks like he's all right.
All that advantage he had of having a rest is now gone by having that little spill out of the start.
Well, it's a little jarring and a little shocking having to come to a stop so suddenly after giving your race kick, but glad to see he appears to be in good spirits.
Just a little stretch there, yeah.
Yeah.
You need that sometimes, so let's hope we get away cleanly the second time of asking. I didn't see too many false starts yesterday. I think it was just one, actually, that I saw. And I was handing the bibs out yesterday, the leg sleeves out. Had to do something.
Yeah, they are pretty rare when you have riders of caliber. Everyone's reflexes are real good, and you know everyone's ready to get the best start they can off the line. But the composure is there, and you know, not too often. you see a false start. Especially not from Clark either. I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Yeah, there's quite a long delay between the call and then the beep, so it's easy for it to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah, the nerves are there and your muscles are just coiled and ready to spring.
And it's a pretty reasonably steep start as well. It's not the steepest, but it's enough to
you're leaning
you're moving
forward
quickly. So looks like we're all lined up, and we'll sort the megaphone out and give us another beep, I'm sure. We get this second quarterfinal underway any moment now. Poncelet and Bouclier already through to the semi-finals.
Ready, racers set.
Nice a bit. Harry Clark was right the outside.
Jump off the line, and he gets into his big power strides real quickly, and you can see that he just pulled away immediately. Vasek sitting in third. I'm sure we'll see a move from him in the coming corners right here, but Olav with a great start as well. He's got a nice little gap to that.
Abi arkada kameraman çekiyor adam ya. Abi adam.
In second, and now Vasek makes his move. Just can't quite see him on the drone, but he's got the speed. Yeah, can he come around the outside? He's got the inside line for this little kick.
He's up into second. That's what I was saying. It's a great technical move from him. He had a great exit speed out of that corner. Oh, a little wobble from him, though. Let's see if Olav can't capitalize on that.
I love as well.
Selim abi.
First stroke. Everyone up. Was there a little bit of contact in turn 6 there? There might have been. Olav's down in third place as he was, but the gaps have got bigger. I just wonder if Luis and Olav had a bit of contact there.
Yeah, potentially. It looks like Harry may have had a slightly...
Alayım ben senden onu.
To him a little bit. But they're both pretty far out front. Harry seems to be maintaining that gap still, so... Through the crack, nice and clean.
On the bottom half of the course here, quarterfinal number 2. Harry Clark out in front, Wdsc Vankara in second place, Olav in third, and Olav with a big slide there coming into this turn, but Harry Clark still in the lead. It all came from that real strong kick at the start, put him in a good position, and now he's just got a little bit of time.
Yeah, he's playing it nice and safe. You can see he stood up there a little bit, got a little air brake, make sure he has a nice clean slide here, no mistakes now.
Yeah, he's just standing. You see him stretching again on this straight, and Vasek has a look behind, and yeah, these riders are feeling it. There's been a lot of riding today, a lot of time on course, which is good. It's what we want, but on this course, man, it saps the energy. So quarterfinal number 2 goes the way of Harry Clark. He goes into the semi-finals along with Wdsc Vankara, and Olav got a little closer towards the end there.
He reeled it in, but just not enough track for him to make the move. Harry Clark with a little celebratory check off there, seemingly indicating that he's checked off quarters and into semis immediately.
Haven't seen Luis Rabanal.
I have not
yet.
I wonder if he ended up crashing
out. There he is. So I think it was just as the drones were switching. I thought I saw and Rabanal really close to each other, but the drones were switching. So,
well, he rode through the finish. That's a great sign.
That is important. Yeah.
And as we said earlier, a little bit of contact rubbing is racing. It happens. I'm just glad to see him back on his board and riding down to the finish.
Well, you want to see everyone past that finish line. So whilst I've got it in front of me, whilst we're getting the next quarterfinal lined up, semi-final number 1, Diego Poncelet, Harry Clark, Wdsc Vankara, Andreas Bouclier. 3 of the finalists from yesterday.
Yep. As I said, the semifinals, all final seats.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And it's so stacked. And now we're into quarterfinal number 3 as they're lining up. We got Alexandros Zouganakis, yesterday's winner. He's going to be far left lane in the red sleeve. Next to him, we got Gregoire Schwab. He finished on the podium in Turkey last year. He'll be in the green sleeves and the white suit. And then next to him, we got Hussein in the yellow sleeves, and Oscar from Sweden in the yellow suit with the blue sleeves, which I would say complement that suit
It does
quite
look
well.
really well. He had a lot of yellow sleeves yesterday. Now he's got the blue, and it's all working well for Clavo from Sweden. Really good performance yesterday in 7th place.
Also another young rider. I think he's only 21 years of age. This is, I think, his first season of real racing, and just what a performance from him.
He's showing he can mix it up. And so Suganakis out on the far left. It's interesting to see the different choices of different riders, and Suganakis liking that left-hand side. Some riders middle left, middle right. Harry Clark's favouring the right-hand side, but it's all kind of what you think is going to work.
I think Harry probably would have taken middle
left.
Had
Where
Vasek
Greg
not
is.
taken it.
Yeah.
But I think the favored side is definitely the left. You want to be sort of on the inside of the first corner you're kicking into. That way you can just tuck in front. But, everyone's got their preferences.
Looks like we are ready for this one. And quarterfinal number 3. So Suganakis in red, Schwab in green for Switzerland, Oscar Clavo in blue for Sweden in that yellow suit, and Hussein Al Nasra from Norway in yellow. Winners of this one go into semi-final number 2. So here we go, quarterfinal number 3 underway. Nice start from Hussein Al Nasra, but it's Suganakis on the left-hand side, and Al Naz into second place, right with Schwab right behind him. Yep. Strong start, and let's jump to the drones, please.
Yeah, I raced Hussein yesterday, and off the start he got me as well. He's got a really impressive first couple kicks, and he puts himself where he wants to be. Oh, we're going into corner number 2 here. Alexandros leading, Hussein in second. Oh, and Greg up the inside. Hussein into the
bales. That's going to take a little bit of fixing.
Yeah.
His board's off as well.
He seems to be all right. He's up and running. Greg Ward looked like was making that pass even if he didn't go into the bales, but seemed like Hussein maybe knew he was there and forced himself
for me that was a totally clean pass.
Absolutely clean, yeah.
Al Nasra just drifted too much.
far
so
out.
Up in front it is Suganakis and Schwab with Oscar Clavo in third.
I'm sure we might see some racing here, but I also think these two are smart enough to know that there's no need for them to make any super crazy passes right now. They just have to sort of skate the way they are right now to the bottom and advance to semifinals. These are two very experienced, very talented racers, and I don't see them putting themselves in any sort of unnecessary risk.
You know as a rider if someone's close to you as well. You can feel it, you can hear it, and Greg's going to know that now. He's going to look behind him, and he's going to sense, actually, we've got this one. Let's just step off a little. Let's keep it safe, keep it clean.
Absolutely,
and we'll race again in the semifinals.
And in that case, too, I'm sure as he was making that pass, he saw Hussein hit the bales, so he knows he's got a bit of a gap. I don't know if he knows how big of a gap he has, but you can see them just tandem skating this beautifully. We're into corner 10 here.
Just the drones just switching from drone 1 to drone 2.
Yep. And smooth as butter right here. I can see Greg might go for a pass on the line, a safe little draft pass, just to get that positioning.
Well, that's the new rule for this year. If you win the heat, you get the position. Now we're on this big long straight.
I don't know if he actually has the pace on Alexandros. We'll see.
Well, Suganakis is just flying this weekend after yesterday. He comes through this final kink, and Gregor Schwab is pretty close, but Suganakis takes it. Schwab in second place.
And that was just smart, smooth racing right there. Great skating, just beautiful work. And there's Oscar crossing the line in third. Quite a gap between him and the front runners, but, clean run on his part anyway.
Hussein Al Nasra will finish in fourth. Now, we did see him, as you said, up on his feet and running. We know he's okay. He's actually crossing the line now. Disappointment for him. He was in a good position, but that's racing sometimes.
Yep, And he had a great day yesterday. I know he was in semifinals. Did pretty well. I don't actually know where he finished in
He actually finished 10th yesterday. Al Nasra was 10th yesterday.
Okay.
But still top 10, just in the top 10. Pretty good. There may be a slight delay because there's going to be a bit of bail fixing.
Definitely some bail fixing. There was definitely a couple bails displaced in corner 6. And that's a corner the bails absolutely need to be upright and fixed properly. We call that one in the riders' tent. We've been calling that crash corner, just because it's the biggest breaking point. And here to Gemma.
I am here with the new WDSC Luge World Champion for 2023. Huge congratulations, Abdul. What does it mean to you?
It means a lot because the whole WDSC organization is putting a lot of effort, time and money into making our sport grow, and I'm really stoked to be here to race at a proper race location with all the facilities, the gondolas. Like no other race do we have gondolas to come back up the hill, and I feel like this is one of the safest events I've been to. Everything is well taken care of. We're staying in a really nice hotel, the Hilton, about 20 minutes away from the hill. So yeah, I feel really happy to be here.
And Abdul, I have to ask you, you are so incredibly dominant and you are so incredible at your sport. What is it that gives you the edge?
It's just years of experience and the desire to go faster and be better than what I was previously, just that drive, that motivation. I'm hoping that this will, inspire the other riders to also step up their game. And because in stand-up skateboarding, it's like so competitive, and I want Street Luge to be the same. So I figured, why not, just try to be as fast as skateboarders, and project that, that we're still competitive. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were getting some incredible speeds out there. And what is your training regime? Do you have a set regime, something that you follow, or how often are you skating?
So I work a full-time job, 9 to 5. So I only train in the gym 3 days a week, which is still pretty regular. And on the weekends, I ride. I try to ride every weekend if it doesn't rain. But in the gym, I'm on my 5th personal trainer now, and his background is calisthenics, so a lot of body weight stuff. And I came from my previous trainer was a CrossFit guy, so doing a lot of powerlifting, squats, deadlifts, bench presses, and then occasionally we would start doing some explosive movements, plyometrics, all around body work to basically get fit and conditioned, so that when I do my sport, I'm not fatigued.
Yes,
yeah,
that's important. But also training with fellow people, that are at your standard. Do you have a good community that you skate with?
Well, I'm the only rider, luger in Malaysia, so I ride alone by myself. But that doesn't stop me from, going out to ride, because on social media, I see all my downhill friends all over the world. They're all riding with their communities, and I wish that Malaysia had a community like that. We did have one, 10, 15 years ago. Unfortunately, it's not there anymore. But the worldwide community, I mean, we can see new riders on Facebook, on Instagram, and people just, following you and adding you. So I'm really stoked to see that.
And, it's great for everyone to see that it helps to ride with a community, but you can do it on your own, and that's what you're proving. So thank you for those tips. That's what it takes to be a world champion. Congratulations once again, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon now that you can safely sit back and know that you've secured your position at the top of the podium.
Yeah, thank you, Gemma. Yep.
Brilliant stuff. All right, let's see where we're going now. So Ian, back to you.
Congratulations, Abdul Madsan. 2 for 2 this weekend, the world champion for 2023. Great insights into the sort of wider luge community as well. We're getting lined up for quarterfinal number 4. I think we're not far away from a green course, perhaps.
Yeah, probably shouldn't be too much longer. It wasn't that big of a bail disruption, so I can't imagine it's taking them that long to fix it. And on the line, on the far left, we have Lisa Peters in the yellow sleeves. Next to her to the right, we have Stefano Barbizzi in the red suit with the red sleeves. He's our #1 sitter in this heat. Next to him, Antoine Carlotti from France. He's got the green sleeves. And next to him on the right, we have Bumil Sefma. We call him Bobo. He's in the yellow suit with the blue sleeves.
Yeah, another Czech rider.
Another Czech rider, yeah.
Been going pretty well. He finished 13th yesterday.
And he's another incredibly talented technical rider. The Czech guys are all really proficient in the technical stuff. So this should be a good race.
So they're getting called behind the line. Look, shout of racers ready. We need to cut to the start. There we go. The paragliding was beautiful, but it's the racing that we want to watch. Quarterfinal 4. under the command of Will Stevenson. And there is the beep, and it is a strong, strong push from Barbisi. What a day so far. Touch woods he is having, and that is a nice start. Lisa Peters drops in to third place at the moment.
Yeah, not the strongest kick from Bumil, but I'm sure we'll see a pass coming up pretty soon from him. Carlotti is staying right on Barbizzi up at the front. Nice and smooth, though. Carlotti checking behind. He sees he has a little gap as we're entering the first drift.
So into turn 3, Barbizzi.
Beautiful breaking points.
Still leading ahead of Carlotti, but Carlotti hit the semi-finals yesterday. He's got the drift. He's got the drift here. He's going to make. He just might have had a chance there, but
he might be going for the pass on the exit here, or he might just be playing his time.
It's not going to make the pass now on the exit. But they're probably aware that they do have that little bit of a gap now on the rest of the field. But this is the key turn. Turn at number 6 coming up now.
Big old Pendy backing it up all the way in. A little double slide from Carlotti. And, winding all the way out.
Pinched that apex nicely, and Lisa Peters just run it a little wide. She's still holding off Bumil out at the moment, but now Bumil's going to try and make the pass, but it's going to be a long, slow pass if he can, but Peters holding him off right now. Maybe just a little wobble, has to stand up, and she wasn't so comfortable at that point. But
there's a little bit of let's say not debris, but a little bit of stuff on the road there on the left side of that straightaway. And it looked like she hit that and caused a wobble. So Bumil makes the pass. He's pulling away, but Barbizzi and Carlotti way up ahead. Looks like they're, again, playing it safe. Nice, smart racing here. Carlotti doesn't need to make a crazy pass to advance the semis. So looks like they'll just hold 1 and 2 to the finish line.
A little bit more of the racetrack to go. Obviously running about 2:30, probably a little bit slower than that. Once we're 2:34, roughly, once we're into these finals. And Barbizzi just having a little look over his shoulder there. He's pulled away from Carlotti. The Italian having a real day at the moment after yesterday. Fair to say, didn't go to plan for him, but
this is going much more to plan, it looks like. And you can see, again, they're trying to save their legs. Bumil really
came back into
Carlotti
that one.
with the style on the line.
Love it, and
he holds off Bumil for second.
Lisa Peters in 4th.
Into the semifinals from that heat, we have Barbizzi and
Carlotti. So Barbizzi's going to have the red sleeves. He's the quicker of the 2 riders that won their heats. So Suganakis will wear green in semi-final 2. Gregor Schwab blue. Antoine Carlotti will wear yellow. Let's run through the semi-final lineups for you again. The riders have all got to make their way up, so it's probably going to be about 10-15 minutes before those semi-finals. So Diego Ponce in semi-final 1, Diego Poncelet in red, Harry Clark in green, Vasek Vankara in blue, Andreas Bouclier in yellow. Semi-final 2, Stefano Barbizzi in red, Alexandros Suganakis in green, Gregor Schwab in blue, Antoine Carlotti in yellow. We said right from the off that these lineups were all stacked with talent, and these semi-finals, just take your pick. Any one of these top 8 riders could be walking away with the 100 points today. They are making their way back up to the top, and in a few seconds, I'm wondering if we're going to hear from Diego Poncelet. Well, actually, some of the riders, Diego was quick, but he was in that first heat, so maybe not too far away from that first semi-final. And Gemma has Diego now. Let's hand over to Gemma.
So I'm here with Diego Poncelet, and we are going to be getting underway with the semi-finals soon enough, hopefully. Diego, just talk us through your last run.
It was a pretty difficult one, but I managed to push out in front, and from then I could control the pace and stayed in first. So it all went to plan, and hopefully the next one is the same.
And there's been a few incidents out there. A lot of people talking about keeping a cool head, but how difficult is it to do when you're out there on the track racing?
Well, it is very difficult, and on a track like this, what I tell people is there's 2 long straight lines in the end, so there's no need to rush things and crash into each other in the beginning. But when you're in the heat of the action, it's more difficult to actually do this, because you're trying to fight for position, you're trying to get every centimeter from your opponent. But I think the key here is to be patient and play it until the end.
It's nice to see you getting challenged a little bit and getting pushed. I mean, last year you were pretty dominant, so this has asked a few more questions of you here today. What has your preparation been for this event?
We had a lot of time between the last event in Italy in Lucena and this one, so I've just been doing the usual, just skateboarding a lot, and I also, of course, like try to keep fit so that I can take on a course like this that is very long and very demanding on the legs, especially with the format we have now, which is 2 days, 2 intense days of racing and qualifying. But it's worked because I feel good, so yeah.
That's good, isn't it? That's pleasing. How about everybody else? What's the feedback when you're swapping notes and things? Because I've noticed everyone talking about the course, talking about. Has everybody been keeping in shape, do you think, the same amount as you? Are some people suffering from the endurance side of things?
I think some people are suffering a little bit from the endurance side of things. But it doesn't seem to be a huge problem either. I think once you're motivated and once you're at the moment that you have to race, somehow the adrenaline gets everything going anyway. So. People are tired, but it seems to be under control for everyone. Yeah.
What will you take away from this event so far? What have you learned that you'll take forward?
Well, it's a special event because it's so high speed. The average is probably higher than any event we've raced recently. And so I guess it's a very specific set of skills that you don't usually get because of this sort of constant intensity. And it's a good mix of everything. There's very fast corners, there's very slow ones with this sort of bottleneck corner in the middle. And then there's also some tuck leaning, so staying as aerodynamic as possible. So a bit of everything. I think, yeah, I've improved in little details.
Yes. And how are you feeling about your semi-final?
It's a tough one. I'm against Harry, Wdsc, and Andreas. And it's 3 of the favorites of the race, so certainly it's going to be a big challenge. But I hope to keep it cool and get first in the line, hopefully.
Absolutely. All the best. Enjoy it. Good luck. Thank you, Diego. Okay, let's have a little look and see who else we've got. Got Harry fixing something on his wheels there. In fact, we could go and have a chat with Andy in a second. Yeah, we'll have a little walk. So Andy will be incredibly pleased with his second place finish on the luge. He was saying earlier he was just happy to make personal gains at this event, taking seconds off each run. Andy, it'd be great to have a quick chat with you. So as you can see, he's smiling from ear to ear.
I am absolutely shattered.
We'll just move you down here a little bit, Andy, just so we're out the way of the noise of the music and things. I was just saying to everybody that when I spoke to you at the beginning of this weekend, you were just saying you were happy to improve your own personal performance, taking seconds off each run. Did you envision that you'd be where you are now, second on the podium?
Well, I knew who was competing this year, and I came up against a couple of them last year. And both David and Abdul beat me on the push last year, which is why I started doing a bit more training for the push, for the actual start. And it's paid off right up to the final. I managed to not beat Abdul, but you know, we can but hope. But I did manage to push into second. There was some changing in places. Daniel did come past me on the inside, going into, I think it was corner 5. But I think unfortunately crashed out in corner 6, which has caught a lot of people out this time.
Yes, it has. Have you managed to chat with Daniel? I was looking for him earlier. Have you got an update for us at all?
I think he's gone to hospital now. He's dislocated his shoulder. Yeah, there's nothing broken, but it is dislocated, and he's obviously been advised to seek proper medical advice on it and get it put back in.
Yes, good to know he's somewhere where he can be looked after properly. So what does it mean for you to place where you have at this event?
Well, at 55 years old now, it's just anyone who says you're too old for street luge, you're really not. You've just got to train hard for it. I've done that this year and it can be done. There's still a lot of people missing that would really give me, and they know who they are, who would really give me a run for my money. Yeah, but it's all about enjoying it. I've come here, I've placed better, and I've worked hard for it, and it pays off.
That's what I love about you, Andy. You are so passionate, you're so positive, and you come at this with such a good attitude, and I think that's also got to help. You know, you're approaching it with getting personal gains, and also, you know, obviously you want to win, but there's so much that you're getting from the experience overall.
I absolutely love coming to Turkey. Yeah, both times it's been fantastic. This time we've got a course that I think suits me more. It's a faster course, but with the same idea, it's got some very technical bits that I have been struggling with, and I have crashed a few times this weekend. So it's not easy for me either. It's not easy for anybody. It's a really technical course.
And do you have a support crew back home? Do you have people that are kind of helping you out, even in terms of just moral support, but you know, technically with your training?
Well, there's a whole UK scene, you know who you are. All the guys, all the Bolly Bad boys, shout out to you guys. You know who you are. Yes, there's a whole load of us that go out on a regular basis and that we all push each other. So next year there should be a few more of us.
I'm sure you'll have inspired a lot more people to get on a plane and get involved. So Andy, congratulations and well done.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant stuff. So good to see that result for Andy there. Wonderful. Now there's a lot of media activity going on behind me. So while that's happening, let's just see if we can have a chat with somebody else. Hello, are you happy for a quick interview? Perfect. You don't have to get up. You can carry on doing what you're doing. Talk us through your weekend so far.
Well, it was quite intense weekend for me because we don't have a lot of.
Okay, we're gonna be moved around. We're turning around here. Sorry, continue.
We don't have a lot of races during the year, so it was quite intense weekend for me, having to races.
Yes, and I was asking some of the other athletes what they've done in preparation. So as you say, you haven't had many races. So how have you been training and preparing for this event?
Well, best training is to skate with your friends, to go to some hills and skate some sick roads. That's the best training for me.
And what do you make of the competition and the competitive scene? Are you enjoying it?
Like what? Sorry.
Are you enjoying the competition?
Yeah, of course. Like I mean, the road is. I think it's even on a higher level, which would be good for us. But I like it. I like the roads like this. So.
And what have you made of your performance?
What I have made.
What do you think of your performance so far?
Like after this weekend? Well, I think I again gained some downhill muscles, so I would be more ready for more racing, but there are no other races, so I have to go back home.
Go and have a well-earned rest, because you'll probably need it after this weekend. Thank you for chatting. It's great to catch up with you. Okay, so what is happening? We've got Harry having an interview, so we'll let him carry on. Let's see if we can head out into the village and see what's going on over here. There's a good party atmosphere. We've got the tunes going. We've got our Red Bull tent, giving away lots of free Red Bull to keep people going. We've got a very perplexed-looking race director on the walkie there, getting things organised. We've also got our big screen. See myself there. So it's keeping all the spectators involved in the racing and knowing what's going on out there on the course. Of course, it's a long old way. It's 3.2 kilometres or so. So a lot of action to pick up from our drones and our start and finish cameras as well. So let's have a walk along. So in the background here, we can see our athlete tents. So that's where everybody rests, relaxes, gets ready for racing. We've got our podium over there. Obviously nobody on the podium at the moment, but there it is. So we'll be doing prize giving a little bit later on. And we've got paragliding going on. It's a great event for spectators to actually see the action and get involved in the hype. With this kind of skating, sometimes it's difficult to bring a crowd due to the location, but here with the gondolas, it is a great place to get people stuck into the action. Let's go and take a look into the athlete village and see if we can grab anybody. It was also good to get a little update from Andy to find out how Daniel was doing in hospital. Obviously, we've had quite a few injuries now from this course, so it's good to know that everybody's able to get to the hospital, get mended, get sorted. And we may see a few of those. I'm just going to make sure you're okay over these rocks and over this gravel. I don't want to lead my cameraman over the edge. Just make sure you're okay around these chairs. So we're just going to do, we're live. David, can I have a chat with you? So we have David Frager here. David, a mixed day for you. Obviously, you were so pleased to get out there. Then what happened?
So I was mistake, you know. It's my fault because without training it's so difficult, you know. Just free run to training it was very, very difficult to have a good rhythm, a good line. And I've passed Andy on the right, and I've braking so later, and I've crashed. And after, yeah, you know, I lost. I'm disappointed because, well, you know,
We were sorry to see it. We were sorry to see it, David. At least you got out there at all, I suppose. But that's, you know, it's not really a consolation, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's next for you?
Now, continue to learning. I want to go faster for fight with Abdil and with the best. But I need to continue my learning and. Yeah, you know, I like so much street luge, so I want to continue very, yeah.
Absolutely, and we'll see you back here then at the WDSC. You'll come back?
Yeah.
Very glad to hear it. Well, David, I'm glad you got on the course, but I'm sorry that, you know, it wasn't the end that you hoped for.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. All right, let's see who else we have. I've got Tom in there. We'll let him carry on for a bit. Let's see. Everyone's just decompressing at the moment. I think we're going to head back down to the start because I believe they're going to start getting some things ongoing. So I don't know if we can throw back to anybody, but if not, follow me back down. This is quite a nice view, actually. A nice view of the start straight. They're calling up our semi-finalists. We've got Harry setting up there, getting ready. We've got Diego as well. Let's take a look down, see who we can talk to. Are you all right there? So one thing I will say is there is a great energy here. It's the music, the festival vibe, it's what it's all about. And you heard the skaters saying this a while ago, that yes, it's about the competition, but it's also about having a good time. And I think that's very much part of the skating culture as well. They didn't want to lose that when they decided to get involved with the federation and put on a world-class event. They didn't want to lose that slightly grassroots feel, the coming together of international athletes to have a good time and sharing the love of the sport. And I think we've managed to keep a little bit of that going, so that's really good to know. But we're going to thread our way through here. Just make sure you're all right there on the fence. So we've got Will, our race director, with the megaphone, making sure everybody's lined up and ready to go. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with our athletes before they head to the start line. They may not love me for that, but we'll see. Last few words from athletes. How are we feeling ahead of your semi-final? Last few words.
How does it feel? Well, I'm super stoked to make it to semi-finals, and now I have to be careful to make the clean runs and to make everything as it should be.
Good luck. Be safe out there. Okay, I'm not going to interrupt anybody actually now because I think we're getting very close to go time. So, all right, I'll hand back to Ian.
For semi-final number one, we've got Diego Poncelet in the red bib, the fastest man on the hill this weekend. Harry Clark wears the green. Vasek Van Kara in blue, and from the Czech Republic, and Andreas Bouclier in yellow. This, Owen, man, I can't wait for it. I cannot wait for it. This is going to be epic.
This is what a semifinal. I mean, we have, was it 3 of the finalists yesterday, all in a semifinal heat today, you know, and that'll show you how much can change in a day. You know, people getting used to the track, people getting better times in qualifying, and just really changing up the order of things. So this is going to be a hell of a race heat. You know, Poncelet is absolutely the fastest man on track all weekend, but as we've seen, you know, yesterday, like, that doesn't mean lickety split, really. You know, this is any man's race here. Harry is the most experienced, I'd say, of all the racers here, so he's always got something up his sleeve, and Vasek has proven himself this weekend as just a force to be reckoned with on this track, and just such a competent technical skater on such a difficult road to handle. And, you know, Andreas Bouclier, 17 years old, I mean, in semifinals with 3 of the heaviest hitters in the world, and I don't expect him to be anywhere but in the mix.
You can't call it. We can't call it. We don't want to call it. We
No,
just
I
want to
don't
see
wanna
the
call it,
race
yeah.
because these 4 guys are flying this weekend, and it's the same in semi-final too. So they're just getting ready, all getting into position. This is the part of the day, 5 to 4 in the afternoon, where it gets a little colder. I do have one more jacket that I could actually put on, believe it or not. been staggering it throughout the day. So you don't want to go early.
Yeah, we had a tease of the sun earlier, but it left just as quickly as it came.
The wind is picking up as well, but the wind is actually from the start blowing you right down the hill. You're getting that tailwind out of the start,
and that's been a factor all weekend as well. You know, you can absolutely feel the change in the wind run to run, and the tailwinds on this track are something to be reckoned with. You really feel it down the bottom too, between corners 8 and corner 10, and that top speed straight. The speed difference you can feel with the boost is really exceptional. So if the wind picks up like this and holds all the way down the track, we could expect to see some really high-speed racing. And that'll also play into the way the draft works. Oh, here we see them lining up.
So a reminder, Poncelet in red, Clark in green, Vancara in blue, Bouclier in yellow. Under command. Under start command, and a clean start there, so no repeat of that false start. And look at the power of Harry Clark.
Great start from Clark. Diego looks like he's sitting himself into second. Tight 3 in the back there. Vashek putting himself into third. Bouclier settling into fourth. Clark off the line. I mean, what a kick.
That was exceptional. So much power. And exactly what he wanted.
You can see the gap he created immediately, And I mean, Poncelet's not letting him go anywhere far, but Clark really gave himself a lovely setup right there.
Into turn number 3, all 4 riders. Oh, safely through, but no, Poncelet has the speed. He's going to make the pass, and he drifts into first place. So Poncelet leads Harry Clark in second place in semi-final number 1. Whoa, no! Oh, big fall there.
That's not a place you like to see a crash. Oh, I hope Vashek's all right.
Yeah.
That looked like he hit the hay, thankfully, but that was a nasty one. And that's a high-speed corner right there, too.
And Clark, it looks like Bouclier. Oh, he's like, was that something coming on? But Clark's down in third. Bouclier up into fourth. It looked like
Bouclier into second.
Second, sorry. Yes, getting too excited.
Yeah. Bouclier reeling in Poncelet real nicely too. I don't know where the drone has gone. Hope we'll get that back in a second. Okay.
So apologies, folks. We've lost the second drone.
So can't tell you. It looked like something may have come off. Maybe Clark's board. Last year in Turkey in a race heat with myself, actually, he lost the torque block, which is the wedge foam, the foam wedge we run on the rear for extra leverage. He can skate without it, but if that is what fell off, that will be a disadvantage for him, and he'll have a hard time reeling the front runners in without that. We're just gonna have to wait a second here while we see.
Apologies, folks. Issue with the second drone, which hopefully. It's maybe just a battery issue or something that we can get fixed up.
Because my God, what if the bottom's anything like that top, that was this is going to be some excellent racing.
So
and what an exciting start!
Wow, what a start! So the green flag is waving. Let's see. You guys at home are in the same position myself and Owen are in right now. Poncelet did have the lead, and here he comes. He's going to take it. In the final, and Harry Clark's back up in second place.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. What a comeback from Harry. I mean, the gap to him, the gap between him and first and second was enormous going into corner 10 there. So, I wish we could have seen what just happened, but I'm sure that was some incredible racing from Harry. What a comeback right there. And Poncelet, with a dominant win there. But, that could have gone. That could have gone differently very easily.
Could have gone either way, but either way, Poncelet, just where he saw Clark got such a good start there, didn't he? But Poncelet, smart rider, bided his time, made the pass, and then of course, concern over Vashek Vancara, his condition. Let's hope it's okay, but that was a high-speed fall he had, wasn't it?
Yeah, that corner's a dicey one on the entrance. There's a little bit of call them sort of cracks or grooves in the road right at the entrance of the corner. You clip as you enter at, maybe 80, 90 Ks. So, he hit the bales, which is all, the good thing I saw there. But fingers crossed he's okay, and we're waiting for updates here.
Yeah, so there may be just a little bit of a delay. Hopefully some batteries being changed on cameras. We've lost the start camera as well, so we just sit on the finish. We haven't seen much of the finish. Chris is down there on his own, Chris McBride, and but that's the view looking back up, and you see the wind has picked up again, as it's been doing every day, just picking up throughout the afternoon. Semi-final 1 now completed. Haven't seen Vashek come through yet, but I'm not surprised. So
yeah, that was a heavy one. You'll notice, though, I mean, yeah, Clark put a huge gap on the rest of the heat there off the line. But you'll see, like, Poncelet is just so proficient in the corners, especially in the high-speed braking points, and he was able to just pull so much speed out of that first drift and just reel Clark in. And that's really where he excels. Like, Poncelet is a technical rider, but he excels at high-speed, sort of extreme technical riding, which there is a lot of on this track.
So it looks like we may have another interview coming up once the camera and the start is picked up. Perhaps not. So we'll just keep talking, Owen. But so Poncelet and Clark through into the big final, and we'll see whenever Harry makes his way back to the top. We'll try and find out exactly what happened there. I'm sure he'll come and tell us.
What a run from Bouclier, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he in second there, I mean, he was not letting Poncelet go for a while there, too. I mean, he was sticking to the reigning world champ. Like,
yeah, we didn't see what happened further down, though. That's the issue. We don't know what happened on that bottom. So apologies for that, folks, that we lost that second drone. And it's we've got the start camera back again. Just watching for Gemma. She's not got anybody in her sights yet, but I think there's some work going on just on the course after that big crash. Vasek hasn't completed the course according to my graphic here.
Oh, well.
But they're calling him forward, so
that's
a good sign.
News, yeah.
Let's hope we have drone 2. It's a shame because it was going all right there, folks.
Flawlessly there.
All right, so semi-final number 2. Barbizzi in red. He's chosen the far left lane, which is the lane Suganakis had chosen when he was in red. So Suganakis in green, Schwab in blue, and Antoine Carlotti in yellow. They wouldn't have called the riders forward if it wasn't a green course, so that is a good sign.
And we will give you any news we get on Vasek's condition as we get it. But for now, we're watching the boys line up.
I love
semifinal number 2.
Love the camaraderie in the sport.
It's great.
It's
you know,
so good.
You know, I mean, we all know each other real well, and it's the same guys at every race. That and you build a great bond, especially competing. You know, like this. There's a sort of shared experience that not many people understand. As cliche as that sounds.
No, I get it. It's a community, isn't it?
But yeah, and we've all discussed this weekend. You know, like we all want to see each other at the bottom of every run, and nobody wants to see your friends get hurt, and that's what these are. These are all our friends. So
here we go.
Great sportsmanship.
Here we go. Semi-final number 2. Top 2 will race Poncelet and Clark in the final. So here we go. Very, very quick start from Barbizzi, but right on
Alexandros with a great kick as well. Barbizzi, though, that was beautiful start. Textbook right there. Alexandros right on him. A little bit of a gap between second and third and fourth.
Gregor Schwab 6th yesterday, so he wants to go one round better and into the big final. But all 4 riders still within spinning distance of each other. Coming into turn number 3, a little bit of air braking going on by Antoine Carlotti, who's still in 4th place. Ah, what a pass that was!
Oh! All right, we had 2 positions. Oh, and Carlotti from 4th up to 2nd. What a move there. He had so much speed coming out of that corner. He was able to add the pass on Barbizzi.
Coming
in
turn.
Alexandros up front.
Yeah, he's still there.
Carlotti, though, right on him. Man, he had a great exit from that corner. But the ride, this is a stacked heat. We're still just tight on each other.
Turn 6 coming up next. And look at Gregor Schwab just trying early break, and he's setting himself up for the exit of this turn.
Yep.
Barbizzi in 3rd is not out of it yet. Everyone gets through turn 6 cleanly. That is what we want to see.
Yep.
Looks like, have we got a second drone here? Please, please.
Yes, we do. We have confirmation we're on the second drone right now, so we should have footage all the way to the bottom. And wow, Alexandros, running away a little bit there, but we still got a real tight battle.
This is not done yet, folks. There's the air braking.
Everybody holds on. Barbizzi running it really close to the barrels there.
He is pushing it to the limit,
and
but he's lost a little
front,
bit of speed.
He looks like he's about to go for a pass.
And Gregor Schwab getting up into 3rd place.
Oh my goodness, side by side in the high-speed drift. Gregoire up into 3rd.
So now we're on the second drone. Gregor really closed up, but it's Tsuganakis and Carlotti that are in the qualifying positions for the final at the moment. Can Schwab or Barbizzi do anything about it? It's not done yet.
Clean lines. Gregoire looks like he's got a nice little bit of exit speed here, but is it enough to reel in Carlotti in second to secure his place in the semifinals? Barbizzi seems to be a little out of it. Oh, we got a drag race here.
We're running out of racetrack. Those through the final kink. It's going to be Tsuganakis from France and Carlotti. Oh, did he get him? I think it was. We'll see. We will see what Chris McBride says in the finish line, but that was impressive racing. That is what we want to see. We'll bring you the confirmation. I think Tsuganakis maybe held on just to the camera angle there.
I think you may be right, but regardless, I mean, what a finish right there. And I honestly lost track of how many passes there were that run. That was just exhilarating racing top to bottom.
Clip it up and stick it online. That was fun.
That was beautiful. And just, I mean, textbook racing from 4 world-class
But clean racing as well, respectful racing. Love it. Absolutely love it. Well, we don't quite have the finishing positions yet, but it's Tsuganakis and Carlotti into the final. So Carlotti, 8th yesterday. He's in the big final today. He's given it to Tsuganakis. Sometimes, those camera angles and the finish line can make it look, but it was good. It was a good run.
Carlotti giving him a run for his money, and we love to see that. So we've got our finals and our consolation finals set up here. You can see Gregoire and Barbizzi there at the bottom, getting ready to get into the shuttles. In consolation finals, we're going to have Andreas Bouclier, Gregoire Schwab, Stefano Barbizzi, and
would be Vasek Vankara, but we haven't heard any condition on him. The ambulance has got its lights flashing at the moment, so maybe he will be checked on, but I'm just speculating there. I know if he's got friends, family at home, we don't know for sure what's happening. As soon as we do have any information,
we will let you know.
We'll let you know, because I know it can be pretty nerve-wracking watching at home, folks. It's been so good to have you company all day as well.
And in the finals now, we have Diego Poncelet, number 1 seed. He'll be wearing the red. Wearing the green, we'll have Alexandros Tsuganakis. In the blue, we'll have Antoine Carlotti. And in the yellow, we'll have Harry Clark. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better finals heat than this.
Way that Harry's starting out on the right-hand side to just power through. He's not going to be too bothered. He'll just take it. We'll try.
I think I'm not going to call anything, but I think it's a safe thing to call that. Seeing Harry Clark kicking out from the far right into the first.
Diego tends to favor the middle lane, so Tsuganakis is going to pick far left for sure.
For sure. And we'll see Carlotti, I'm assuming,
probably middle right, and Harry Clark far right.
Clark, I mean, just his kick is so dominant that I won't be surprised if he kicks in from the worst lane and he starts off in first. But what exceptional racing we have here. In Turkey at the WDSC Championships, race number 2 of the weekend, and this is different. This is different than it was yesterday.
And that shows the quality of all of these riders. So next race we're going to have is going to be the women's stand-up final. We're going to have Lisa Peters up against Jasmine Hanegraaff. They're just getting ready in the start. We're going to bring everybody back up. Well, we are bringing everyone back up, and then we'll have the Consi final and the final, the last race of the weekend here at the World Downhill Skateboarding Championships in Erzincan in Turkey. Thank you to the city of Erzincan and the people here at Ergan Dağ Mountain. Looked after us so well over the past few days. We heard from Salim Kamali. We want to come back here.
I want to come back next year. Call back there too to that last heat we just watched. Carlotti going into corner 10 went for a move on Alexandros up the inside of the right into 10, and they were sliding side by side. And I got to give it to him. That is a gutsy move right there.
Brave move.
At the highest speed on the track. That is the top speed trap essentially, and
it's paid off,
the
man.
Composure from both of them to hold it together side by side, drifting at well over 100 kilometers an hour. I mean, what skill, what talent, but also just, the respect you could see there too. Neither one of them wanting to hit the other, but also racing fiercely and racing close. And that's what we love to see. That's absolutely what we love to see.
That was racing at its absolute best. So those riders are on the, or should be getting on the gondola now, and we've got, there's just some fist bumps handed out. I thought I was going to get left out. I'm going to miss out on that. So Lisa Peters and Yasmin Hanegraaff are on the start line. We'll get a camera on them in a second. There, the drone's just shaking batteries as people frantically running around looking for things. That's just the way it goes. We enjoy that. The tunes are still blaring out. Crowd's gone though. What was it earlier? We had just the whole barriers in front across the start area.
You know, I think it may have gotten
Have they moved down? Have they moved down the hill?
It's raining.
Apparently, it's raining.
Okay.
It's not raining hard. We've only got 3 races to go.
Yep.
So let's just move everybody. We're under a tent at the moment, so we can't feel anything.
Yeah, I'm not the best weatherman for you right now, but
the good thing is if it does rain even a little bit, it's windy, it's going to dry things out pretty quick. So it looks like we're getting ready for the women's stand-up final. Owen is going to quickly chat with Harry, find out what happened, so we can let you know what happened on the bottom half of that semi-final. I'll get you through this women's stand-up final. Lisa Peters from the Netherlands. Harry's going to, you could just interview him in a minute, but let's do this race. Let's focus on this race first, then we're going to have a little bit of a break. We've got Lisa Peters on the left of your screen, Yasmin Hanegraaff on the right. Lisa from the Netherlands, Yasmin from Belgium, though she is based in Innsbruck in Austria these days.
These are 2 great female skaters. I mean,
yeah, awesome. Yeah,
lovely ladies too. 2 of my very good friends, and I just love watching them go head to head.
Well, they're putting on a show here. Lisa was in the top 16 in the open stand-up as well, and it's just a shame we don't have a few more female riders here, but they will come, I'm sure. Lisa Peters with a great start. Yeah, powered away out of the gate. I can feel a few spots of rain just blowing in here, so we're going to try and crack on as quick as we can with everything before things get worse. Just a little wobble there from Hanegraaff.
Holds on to it.
Yeah.
Lisa out front.
Nice trip. She's really stylish rider. Yep. So smooth.
Yep. Great lines from both of them coming through that corner with speed. Nice and smooth.
Well, Lisa Peters has a big, big lead here. Hanegraaff just a little bit of air braking going on, and you know, it's all about getting through this run safely here. Time on track, this amazing experience to be riding this track and getting so many runs on the hill as well. Just building experience, and Renato filming well into turn 6. You can see him, he's right up getting some amazing footage. Both riders through turn 6 cleanly. Hanegraaff's made up a little bit there on that through turn 6.
That was a great double braking technique into 6. You know, like slower on the entrance. She's sacrificing the entrance speed, but she's getting great exit speed rolling through the corner. And now down the big straightaway, nice and tight in her tuck, opening up a little bit before the crack. Oh, Renato, nice and tight. He's getting the angles. Both of them holding on. Lisa run a little wide towards the bales, but holding it.
Hanegraaff is just slowly closing that gap. She's got some speed on this straight, and she is reeling in. Peters up ahead, getting closer and closer. Puts an early break in there.
You know, there's 2 techniques on that corner. You slide right before, or you slide left in it. And they both are great options, but it's great to see the 2 of them, you know, using different techniques to get through the corner.
And Hanegraaff's braking early, then she's trying to carry more speed out, so we see the gap extend, but it may just come in a little bit because of that technique. She goes for it again, and she's closed right in on Peters here. This is exceptional riding from Hanegraaff. Is she going to make the pass? She's in the draft now. Where's the drone gone? In the slipstream.
She's right on her. Oh, my goodness. She's coming up the left side. She's got the speed.
Oh, there's contact! Oh, no! Hanegraaff is down. All of that work. Through the final turn, Peters takes it, but drama right before the line.
Oh, well, I hope Jasmine's okay. That was a high-speed crash right there. Looked like she fell directly on her suit. Hoping to see her get back on her board here in a second. But that was, oh, what a dramatic finish
what a race.
There.
What a race.
Oh, my goodness. She came from the gap that we saw at the beginning.
60, 70-meter gap, closed it in. great tactics, and she was trying to in that slipstream. She's on her feet.
She's up. There we
She
go.
knows the drone is watching.
Yep.
But I love that approach. It's unfortunate they just got a little close and then a little wobble,
Yep.
an unfortunate
You know.
wobble.
Yeah, I mean, making contact at speeds like that in a straight line, it's real easy to lose it.
She's lost
keep
the
your
board.
chin up though, Jasmine. That was an awesome race heat, and I loved that. That made me real happy to watch. What great racing from these two ladies.
Wow. But she genuinely,
Can't
I
find
think,
her
has
board.
lost her board.
Yep.
Where's it gone? Someone's had it. And she's got the drone is that's horrible. It's like she's in some sort of spy film.
I think it may have gone left here, but I have no way of communicating that to her.
I know.
So we'll get back to that. And while Jasmine is looking for her board, I have Harry Clark here, who wants to tell us about the ending of the heat that we didn't get to see in semifinals there because our second drone glitched out.
Oh, Jasmine's got her board.
So here to tell us, Harry, what happened there? We saw the drone up until maybe a little before the crack, and you were in third with a gap.
Yeah, so I just went full goblin mode into the crack behind him, and I knew he was goofy, so he didn't have the aerodynamic position, so I was full locked, hunting this boy. And right before the braking zone into, I think it's 10, I passed him right around the outside, dumped the drift in his face, but because I had the draft coming, I had so much more speed, and then I'm looking at Bales on the exit of 10 as well. So I'm like, oh my god, he's gonna pass me again. And then he passes me around the outside of right before the last turn, dumps it. I slide in right behind him and just slot back into that draft, and just luckily to have the exit speed to pass him before the finish line. It was crazy. Like, shout out to Andrew, like, killing it, man. What great racing. What great racing. For 17 years old, this man never had a junior class to raise him, man. So he's just been killing it with the big boys since day one. So, I mean, it really shows, hey?
Yeah, it's absolutely. He's been killing it all weekend. I also have to ask, we saw something looked like it fell off your board or Andreas' board in one of the corners. I wanted to ask, based on last year too, was that your torque block?
It was not my torque block, actually.
Okay, well, you guys may want to check your pucks because something looked like it fell off. All right, good to see.
Did you see me nearly fall in the full tuck? I was full tucked.
Yeah.
Had my puck on the ground sliding, bro.
Oh yeah, we saw that. That was what a race, man. Well,
finals.
Enjoy yourself in finals, Harry. Good luck.
Amazing stuff. Thanks, Harry. All right, we've got to focus on the Consi final now and then the final. So I'm not sure if Wdsc is, I haven't seen Wdsc Vankara yet for the Consi final. He did take what looked like a pretty heavy fall. I'm just looking around to see if I can see Wdsc somewhere. But in this Consi final, Andreas Bouclier, you heard it from Harry Clark, just how impressive he has been, or we've been calling it as well. Gregor Schwab and Stefano Barbizzi as well. So Gregor's getting into, Schwab's getting into green. Bouclier is in red. He's already got the leg sleeves on, and we're looking for Barbizzi. He's not in the start area at the moment. I'm still on a high from that women's race, man. It was just because you're kind of watching and thinking, all right, Lisa's out ahead, she's got it. But then before turn 6, when Hannah Graf went for that early break-in, and it set her up for that bottom section.
When you saw it through corner 10 too, which is as I said, the highest part of this highest speed part of the track. That's where you saw the gap start to really, really close. And I mean, man, that was right down to the last straightaway. You know, you couldn't have written that better. Well. Except the crash, I guess.
Well, we don't want to see anyone crash. But these things happen, you know. And I heard rumors that Daniel Blanco was going to the hospital, but I can see him in front of me right now. So,
yeah, I believe he decided against it as it was just a shoulder dislocation.
Someone's just bashed his shoulder back in, maybe not. Who knows? But it's good to see him walking around.
You know, that is, in my experience, the best way to do it. Just put that right back in.
Always speak to a medical professional, please, folks.
Yeah, I am not a doctor.
We are not doctors. I have done lots of first aid courses.
I've done lots of shoulders.
You've done shoulders. Between us, we know. So, Consi final. I think we're just going to have 3 riders here. I don't have an update on how Wdsc Vankara is doing. Haven't heard from anybody yet. Hopefully all okay. We'll keep an eye out and see if we can see him around the start area, but clearly not in condition to race this Consi final. He'll be ranked 8th place in today's race. So we've got Bouclier from France in red, Schwab from Switzerland in green, Barbizzi from Italy in blue. So positions 5, 6, and 7 up for grabs here.
It does too. It seems as if the rain may have held off a little bit. Knock on some wood here. I
Yeah.
don't want to jinx it, but this is good for us. You know, we like to see a nice dry race here.
Our finalists are pretty much ready as well. So
we should
providing
be,
all
we
is
should be,
okay.
Getting these next 2 heats run pretty quickly. They're waiting on the line.
Yeah, we got a green course, I believe.
Yeah.
We are good to go.
See,
Let's
if
crack
you're
on.
Standing on the line like this too, you're all ready. You're locked in, and you're just waiting. And the nerves. I mean, this is where that training comes in. You got to be able to control that and stay calm on the line. The longer you stay, the harder it is too. But these guys are pros. These guys are ready. Talking to Will Stevenson, the event organizer. Having a little chat at the line as we wait for, I'm not sure, but something.
Well, we've switched from gondolas to pickup trucks to get back to the top. I'm seeing Jasmine bouncing off the pickup truck. You know, you guys can't see it, but it's after that high-speed fall to see her just jump off the pickup like that.
Yeah,
it's pleasing.
She ate that.
Yeah.
she took that like a champ. She looks like she's doing just fine. That's good to see.
Great respect between those two that have been racing hard all weekend, Jasmine and Lisa.
And also 2 great friends. You
Yeah.
know, you love to see them. They have such a great little rivalry and competition between them. But they are really good friends at heart, and it's such a blast to watch.
Absolutely. Well, that's one of the races of the weekend, certainly of the
absolutely.
day. So looks like we are good to go with the Consi final.
GoPro's all set.
Yep. That footage you'll see in the highlights.
Assuming the stances.
Bouclier in the middle. Gregor Schwab out on rider's left. Barbizzi out on rider's right. So positions 5, 6, and 7 up for grabs in this one. And
Great start from Bouclier.
Powering away.
Power. Oh, my goodness. He's out into first, it appears. Oh, Greg might be coming up the inside.
Well, they've all got
oh my goodness.
super start. It's Greg.
What a change-up immediately.
Greg out in front at the moment. Barbizzi in second. And despite the power that Bouclier had out of the start, he's down in 3rd place right now. But this is going to be a super tight one. They're battling. Bit of a wobble before the hay bales stay on their feet. Gregor Schwab backs off. Whoa,
what a save. There was definitely some contact there. A little bit of a wobble through that first left. Looks like they're all, Barbizzi's probably giving back that position. Absolute gentleman racing right here, you know, but he gained that position by rubbing up on Greg.
Gregor Schwab acknowledges that,
yeah, that's real. This is real gentleman's racing right here.
That is, it's the Consi final.
Yep.
You don't want to take the risks, and that was
not.
Sportsmanship at its absolute best from Stefano Barbizzi. He knew what happened.
Stood up a little much there. He's gave himself a little more of a gap than I think he wanted to, but I don't doubt he'll be able to close that at least quite a bit.
Bit of a wobble there on the slide from Bouclier, but he's right up on the tail of Schwab's board.
Just nailing that braking point every time I'm seeing him through that corner. He's right up on Greg, and he's going to be able to get a slipstream here for sure. He's closing that gap inch by inch. And Barbizzi, too, closing the gap.
He's closing it in for sure. And this bottom section really suits Barbizzi's style. He's able to unleash, and he's closing in on Bouclier. But Schwab, who was 6th yesterday, looking to go one better, but he's got the young Frenchman right on his tail, and Bouclier
still holding,
looking for that pass.
And this gap is closing too. Barbizzi's about to be back in this fight right as we enter corner 10. They're evenly paced, entering the fastest part of the track, making their braking points.
Well, the drone's gone high, but that white suit of
Barbizzi.
Schwab,
they're side by side.
Yeah, we've got a rider down, one rider down.
That maybe Barbizzi looked like he went wide for the pass. Seems like he put himself in the bails. So now we got Bouclier chasing Greg into the last braking zone here, seeing if he can make a move before the finish line to secure 5th place.
Trying to look at the inside there. It's not quite worked, but Schwab holding on. But there's an opportunity out in the draft
He's
here.
still in it. He might be able to reel him, maybe make a pass on the line. Greg's tuck is real good, though. Having been behind him before, it's real tough to get in that draft. He gets himself into a real great position.
Through the final turn is Gregor Schwab, who comes through, takes the Consi final. Bouclier finishes in 6th place. Great racing again, and well, not going to plan for Barbizzi there, but we saw good sportsmanship, and he's in the bail, so let's hope he's okay after that one. Haven't seen him.
No, it looks like a nice little hit for him. Seems like he wound out. You'll pinwheel off the bales when you're winding out like that, so he might be sitting there getting his bearings back a little bit, but I'm hoping we'll see him rolling back down the track here to the finish in a second. But, man, what racing. I mean, the proximity they had into the first corner. I mean,
I think they all got away so well.
Yep.
All 3 of them got into that first turn with a lot of power, a lot of speed, and it just went on from there. And that little incident, it's a shame we don't have replays to take a look back. It's something I've been asking for again, to get us some replays.
I would love to watch that one again. But you know what? I think
you guys on the live stream watching at home can just take it back a little bit. We can't do that.
If I were you, I'd rewind.
You rewind. You catch up. We won't spoil it.
The finals heat is getting ready to get set up on the line here, and I think we can expect a lot of what we just saw in this finals heat. You know, the same sort of tight racing and fingers crossed, nice, clean, respectful racing as well. Still haven't seen Barbizzi coming down the track, but there he is.
That's it. Yeah, he looks.
Okay,
give it us a wave. Good to see.
Wave. Good to see. We love you, Stefano.
The 4 finalists lined up, ready to go. This is what it comes down to. This is what we want to see. The world titles on the line. Harry Clark or Suganakis can take it. I'm going to... Poncelet in 3rd place yesterday. He has to win.
He has to win.
Has to win, but with the points gaps, I don't think a win would even do it. But he wants to win anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think depending on he has to win, and the other, I believe, Clark and Zuganakis would have to finish 3rd and 4th for him to be able to take the title. But it's not out of the cards.
It's not out of the cards.
Anything can happen here.
We'll do the maths afterwards. We'll enjoy the race. But Zuganakis with 100 points from yesterday. Harry Clark was 2nd. So a win for Harry Clark would depend on where Suganakis finishes. If they swap places, we go off qualifying times. Because that would see them tied. That's the scene at the bottom. But they're back in the start. Harry Clark, as we thought, out on riders right in the yellow. Diego Poncelet choosing that middle left lane. And Suganakis, we called it. We knew it was coming this way. Suganakis on that inside that he likes. And then in blue, Antoine Carlotti stepping it up yesterday, 8th place. And now in the big final.
Yeah, Antoine's a wheel. I don't want to call him a wild card because he's been here before, but you know, he'll make it happen. I'm also looking at this too, and I was saying Clark is a good bet to kick out in 1st here, but Zuganakis should not be underrated. His kick is real powerful, and he's got a great start. So if I were a betting man, I'd say one of the 2 of them will kick out into 1st, but which one? My money's on Clark, but not by a lot.
So the guys are ready on the line. I'm praying that the drones are ready as well. We've got a huge crowd in front of the big screen as well. This is the last race of the day, folks. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as myself and Owen have. This has been pretty epic racing on an epic track, and it's all coming down to this one. It's 4:30 local time. We're actually ahead of where we were yesterday, believe it or not. And that is a testament to you guys as riders for just being on it today.
Yeah, I mean,
not you're here. But
Thanks, Ian. We've had definitely fewer big incidents as well, though. You know, no major ambulance rides, at least not compared to yesterday. So that'll speed things up and keep things nice and tidy.
Who's your favorite at home? Let us know.
My DMs are open.
I'll send you one later.
Send me your bets.
You can see the focus. Look at Anton Carlotti's just staring straight down the hill. Harry's doing his thing, as he always does, helmet on last minute.
Yep. Well, that helmet he's got, does the visor doesn't come up. So once it's on, it's on.
You don't want to get it on and then have it fog up for being on too early. So Renato's getting into position. I can't wait to see some of the footage from our man Renato.
It's so impressive. Yeah, it's so impressive. And the fact that he's able to keep up as far as he can down this track on rollerblades. All my kudos to him.
Man got skills.
Yeah.
Just got to stay warm. The rain pretty much held off. There was one or two little moments of rain. The clouds are here. But the wind has just eased a fraction as well. I can tell because I'm not shaking with the cold so much as I was.
Yeah, and that'll mean that the draft is there more. The lower the wind, the draft's not getting disrupted by the wind. So that means that in the straightaways, the draft passes will be more available and the speed difference should be faster, which is good for exciting racing. That's what we're looking for. Not sure exactly what we're waiting for, but shouldn't be too much longer, I don't think. The drones are in the sky.
Right on cue. So Poncelet in red, Tsuganakis green, Carlotti blue, Clark in yellow. Open stand-up final here. World Downhill Skateboarding Championships, Erzincan, Turkey. And here we go, everyone powering away. It's a nice start from Harry Clark on the right-hand side. You called it, Owen. Now, can he drift in front and get into a top position?
I don't know. Zuganakis had a great...
Close.
Oh, my goodness. All right, they're side by side. It looks like Clark has a little bit, but I think Alex is going to have the advantage into this corner. Here he's going to let off the gas a little bit and give it to him. Tuck right into second, right in front of Poncelet. But, I mean, the four of them are right on top of each other. Carlotti with a little stand-up. Speed checking with no pucks on the ground.
Yeah, Carlotti in fourth at the moment. Poncelet in third, Clark in second. But this is where Diego Poncelet is surely going to make the pass on Harry Clark. It's a section of road that Poncelet absolutely loves. Tsuganakis looking to go 2 for 2 this weekend, but now he's got Diego Poncelet for company. Yeah. Harry Clark in third, right this sweeping turn where we're setting up for turn 6.
Yep, the big crash corner. This is where it's going to be. This is going to be huge. Oh, Carlotti up the inside on Clark. He's into third mid-braking zone. Tsuganakis
is in the bales! Out of the race. No repeat victory.
Okay, so we got Poncelet running away a little bit, but Clark's going to use Carlotti here as draft bait, and he's going to slingshot himself down this straightaway. He is not out of this race yet, but Poncelet, man, he looks good up front. Side by side, Carlotti and Clark, they're fighting for second place. These are huge points here.
Well, this is impressive from Diego Poncelet. We know how fast he is on this course, the quickest man on the mountain. Harry Clark second yesterday. That's where he's sitting right now. Carlotti in third place. Can Clark reel in the fastest man on the mountain? We've got to switch drones. Oh, and Poncelet's building a big lead here, but there's a real battle for second and third.
Clark's got great exit speed out of that, though. That gap is shrinking a little bit, and he might be able to make something out of this next braking zone, but Poncelet's really put a great gap here. He had great pace through that high-speed section, and it's going to be hard for Clark to get him in this ending bit here.
This is where Poncelet absolutely excels on these sections. Harry Clark just looks over his right shoulder. Carlotti, though, is the man that is not giving up the fight. It's going to have to be some big defense from Harry Clark through this final section. But Diego Poncelet through the final turn. He was third yesterday, and he celebrates the victory in race 2. Clark in second, Carlotti in third. What a dramatic race there. And there is Tsuganakis. Comes across the line in fourth place. Good to see him back on his feet. Another great race. Wow.
And I do believe, I don't want to be premature here.
I'll work it out. You can talk us through the race. I'll do some maths.
Yeah, I don't want to prematurely get anything, but I think I know what just happened. I mean, that was exceptional. Tsuganakis went into corner 6 there, the big braking one, what we call crash corner, and looked like, he felt the pressure, understandably, from the 3 guys right behind him. Put his braking point in maybe a meter too late. That's all it takes, maybe even half a meter, and just couldn't hold on, lost traction, and put himself into the bales. And, Poncelet was right there to capitalize and cut up and took the lead. And, just, clear air in front of him, just put on a show for the end there. Clark did everything he could. He put down a great lap as well, but just couldn't reel him in at the end. But what exceptional racing that was. That was just what we love to see. So congratulations to Diego Poncelet for coming in first place here in race 2 of the WDSC weekend.
By my maths, that would put him on 169 points. Harry Clark on 166 points.
Poncelet.
He got third yesterday, 69 points.
Oh, yep.
100 points today.
So we may.
Well, that should be Diego Poncelet's the world chip. But
I
you'll have to follow us on social media, and you'll find out. Couple of quick final words from yourself, then we're going to wrap it up.
I mean, this has just been a blast.
We've got a replay.
There we go. We got a replay as well. Just Harry with the draft down the high-speed straight. Going side by side here is a hell of a feeling. Yeah, I mean, this has just been an exceptional weekend. I'm absolutely heartbroken I couldn't compete today, but what a joy it's been hanging out here with you all day, Ian, and watching this racing. And my congratulations to all my friends and competitors, and you guys put on a great show today, and there was some great racing, and congratulations, guys.
It has been an absolute blast having you here in the commentary box, or commentary table. Owen, thank you so much. Hopefully you heal up soon. And Khalil, hopefully all is good with you in time. Thank you for tuning in wherever you've watched here at the World Downhill Skateboarding Championships. It's been so much fun. Amazing racing today. Props to all the riders. Big thanks to all the crew and everybody that's helped put this race on and bring you the coverage. From Owen Fox and myself, Ian Finley, bye for now.